It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon, and we'll see Happy Farm, that horse right there, coming up a little bit later on in race number 7. Can that horse get the third straight victory, or will her stablemate Chateau, also going out for Jason Service, upset the apple cart, also coming off of a victory last time out? We'll find out a little bit later on, but we're so thrilled to have you with us today on America's Day at the Races, presented by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Little bit of a windy day up here, but the sun is shining, and again, we're happy to have you with us for 8 races today at beautiful Belmont Park. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, joined by Paul LaDuca for the first couple of hours here at Belmont. How you doing, Paul?
I'm doing well, Acacia. How you doing?
Good, good.
It's nice
Excited
and windy and beautiful.
Yes.
Actually, it's cool. Up here we're getting the wind, so that's all. Both of us sort of being a little bit of wimpy, but it is cold up here. But great weather. We thought we were going to get a little bit of rain, but it looks like we're going to be on the turf. Actually, handicapping this card earlier today, I actually thought we were going to look for a sloppy racetrack. Doesn't look like that at all. Not many scratches at all. I think it's a very good card. You need to get involved. There's over 75,000 already in the early pick 5, and then the late pick 5 will start. I'll have a ticket for you there. And my best bet's going to be in race number 2 today. So I think you can beat maybe an odds-on favorite in race number 2, so we'll see.
Maybe some vulnerable short prices coming up a little bit later on. As you mentioned, an 8-race card. We're fast and firm as we check out the track conditions today, presented by Piranha Fly Spray. As you can see, our nice graphic there demonstrating for you weather and track conditions presented by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on and pests gone. These are the races we're going to bring you today, races 1 through 8 today at Belmont. As we said, the sun is out, fast and firm. We were fast and good to start the day, and now we've been upgraded to firm on the turf. So some good signs there as those today's races presented by America's Best Racing. So that's always good when you've got fast and firm. Maybe something to keep in mind as you're playing throughout the day. Just a reminder, play the races today and every day with a NYRA Bets account. New members earn a $200 new member sign-up bonus by entering promo code LIVE at sign-up and betting $200 in your first 14 days as a member. Sign up now at nyrabets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. Great action this afternoon, and Paul's going to make you some money. You mentioned early on in the card, race 2, your best bet today.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot against the favorite in there, and that's Quiet Out East, the 4s. Even money on the morning line, son of Broken Vow for Christophe Clement. And the only reason why, when you look in race number 2, obviously the main track only scratches the 1. There's no pace in the race at all. And I look at the number 2 in there, Wild Boar, a horse that has shown actually some speed going shorter distance to ground to 5.5 furlongs. And then last time when they stretched out, horse got dead left in the gate, and Irad Ortiz Jr. decided to take back after the bad beginning. Today, I think they take no prisoners, especially from the rail, and try to go to the front end, because there's just nobody in here that can go as fast as this horse. The 7, Painter's Prize, is taking the blinkers off, and the 8, My Primo, is putting the blinkers on. But My Primo is a horse that comes from way out of it. So I'm hoping that Wild Boar can get away from that group at a decent price, because like I said, Quiet Out East, even money. I think about 4 to 5 by post time.
Wild Boar 9 to 2 on the morning line. There was the scratch of the main track only, as you mentioned, but dropping in class for the first time. So we'll find out in just a little bit.
Hopefully.
We'll get some money there in race number 2, but we'll take a look at what's coming up in race number 1 here at Belmont. Here's the field. It's a 1.16 on the main track to kick things off. We have a field of 5. It's a maiden claiming event for a $30,000 tag, and the favorite to the inside, and probably the horse to beat, is the number 1 Sneeze for Nick Zito. 0 for 8 so far. Do you think this is finally the day for this horse?
Yeah, this one for Dream Walking Farms and Toby Keith. So Nick and Toby, hopefully they'll have a little party after this race. But yeah, you know, Nick really doesn't like to drop his horses. It's very rare for him to drop. So when he does, these are the times you got to look out for him. And a decent race at Monmouth, a very good race at Saratoga, going a 1.8 miles. So the 1-turn 1.16 should suit this Son of Street Sense. I thought the horse to beat. Nick obviously 0 for 10 looking for the winner, first winner on the meet. But out of the 5-pack, I thought the one with the best credentials. But there's a lot of spottiness here. The one that surprised me is the 2. The first 2 races have been just so awful. I understand the horse has been gelding, but the horse better improve a lot off that being a gelding.
A lot to improve today. It's a 3-year-old gelding, fresh gelding by Blame. And I looked back at his race at Saratoga last time out. He's such a big horse, and for a horse that hasn't done much running yet and with that lot of size, sometimes a gelding can almost help him maybe lean out a little bit, you know, stop growing so much, because sometimes those big kind of bulkier horses have a harder time getting their feet underneath them, if you will. So maybe that's going to be what happens today. I think it even just goes to show the short common in his first race, lumber out of gate. That's exactly what you like to see for a first-time starter. He had his head up and just never managed to get out. So a big improvement needed today, too. It is Kieran McLaughlin and Luis Saez. And then you've got the 3 Freedom Prince, who had a solid race last time out for Tom Albertrani.
No, definitely. And you make a great point as we're going to get to the post-parade. Sometimes they gild horses not because they're studdish, because they're putting on weight and they're trying to lean them out. And you make a great point there, Acacia.
We'll see what happens there, and we'll get to the rest of the field in a minute. But here's the post-parade, beginning with the number 1, Sneeds.
This horse has been getting a little bit better, and Nick's got this horse dropping for 30, so I would think today could be the day, and Manny Franco gets aboard.
Here's that fresh gelding we were just talking about, the number 2, Muntahez for Kieran McLaughlin.
Yeah, obviously looks well in the racetrack. Luis Saez is good out of the gate, so maybe he'll show a little bit more speed. It's like you said, the Son of Blame has to be involved early to be a factor.
We'll see if he's able to show a little bit more early zip today as we look at the 3 Freedom Prince for Tom Albertrani.
A couple times been the bridesmaid, and a couple times been very good, and has shown a little bit of pace, and then last time came from off of it a little bit. I thought the horse to beat with Joey Martinez aboard.
The number 4, Monmouth Drive, another fresh gelding in here, this one for John Kimmel.
This horse has run a couple good races. Now, they tried to get the Son of Stay Thirsty on the turf first time out, and then ran so well, they ran him on the dirt, and he didn't run that bad considering he had a bad beginning. I give him a look here at 3-1.
And we wrap up the field here at the 5 Yankee Division on the outside.
Yeah, they're waiting for tonight's game between Tampa Bay and Houston, are the Yankees, to see who they're going to play. But Yankee Division is a horse that dropped for 25 for Johnny Hurtler. Now taking a little bit bump in a class when a lot of these other horses are sort of dropping down to his level.
And that is the field for race number 1. And yeah, you bring up a good point there. You don't like to see a horse that's already been exposed for lesser against some horses that have just been keeping some better competition lately.
Yeah, sometimes when you look at a horse, when they drop, I always call it the drop to pop angle, like when a trainer really feels they're going to win and they drop him in for like 7,500 or 15,000, maybe the lowest, and they don't get the money, then they come right back or above the level. Sometimes their best shot was that last shot, and Yankee Division going from 51-1 to 13-1 in a way weaker field than the rest of these horses have been facing. The only reason this horse is 9-2 today because of the small field. So I thought it was just a rank outsider in here.
Maybe just not so much to grab onto in this race as we see the number 2 Muntahez getting a good warm-up, quick away from the pony. You talked about potentially adding a little bit more speed. When you have a compact field like this, Paul, getting position early is so important.
Yeah, it really is. And sometimes a lot of people always talk about 5-horse fields. Sometimes you'll stay out of trouble. Most times than not, those are the races where jockeys get in trouble because they do bunch up a little bit more often than they do sometimes in bigger races, and they'll stay close to each other and not so much strung out. We'll see what happens here early because there's not a lot of pace in here, or at least pace on paper that we know exactly who's going to go to the front end.
Let's head down trackside and check in with Maggie Wolfendale and get her thoughts on this first race. Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, and horses are warming up. They just got the first row view, if you will, of them as we'll check in with the new geldings. Well, as bad as the wind is up there, it's definitely bad down here as well. We'll check out Muntahez. And look, he hasn't been a bad actor in any of his previous performances, at least as far as the preliminaries are concerned. He just doesn't seem like a horse who's very clued in. He doesn't seem clued in today. He doesn't look any lighter. So that gelding, while maybe he proves me wrong out on the racetrack, I don't think it's necessarily made that much of a difference with him, because it's going to have to, because he's done absolutely no running whatsoever in his 2 previous outings. So number 4, Monmouth Drive, he's done a little more running. Same thing though, still hasn't really lightened up from that gelding, still kind of on the heavier side. He is that bigger frame of a horse, so he's naturally inclined to be that way. I would feel better taking him as a fresh gelding because at least he's proven that he can run a little bit as those front bandages continue to stay on here. But I think the horse that made the best impression, the horse I liked most on paper, that's number 3, Freedom Prince here. I think he was a little bit against the track last time. He looks the most fit that I've seen him so far, now that he's 4th off of that extended layoff, and moving really, really nicely here on the racetrack for Joey Martinez as that weight does come off for him. So only carrying 113 as compared to the 120 that most of these other horses are carrying, and I just thought he painted the best overall picture in here. And it's kind of funny, guys, he's a New York bred that isn't registered, so could not take advantage of the New York bred program, unfortunately.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, and unfortunate for them as there's quite a few opportunities in the New York bred program, but Freedom Prince has run solidly against that open company, and in that last race, he was beaten by the Chad Brown drop-down runner, other things equal. But as Maggie said, now having his 4th start off that big layoff just might be, maybe this is the spot for him.
Yeah, and sometimes we project, right, as handicappers. Okay, Monmouth Drive, first-time gelding. Mutahi's a first-time gelding. The 2 and 4 are going to, you know, improve. Yet we're staring at the 3 right in our face, and we're looking at 2 races, a 71, and 2 good seconds. Now, Sneeds did beat him 2 back, and I thought Sneeds ran a bang-up race and then lost to Air Attack. If I'm not mistaken, Air Attack came back to win.
84 Buyers.
Yeah, 84. Yeah. Was it the other day or like maybe a couple of weeks ago? So Sneeds comes out at some decent races, highest honors. He's been a little unlucky. He's run into like 4 or 5 next out winners in his 8 maiden races. So, like I said, Nick Zito doesn't drop a lot of horses, but he also has the credentials to win this race, does the one. So I'm in agreement with Maggie. I think that the 1, 3, or the 4, maybe the winners are here, and probably the 1 or the 3. And because they're possessed, the 3 possesses speed, and the 1 at least possesses that. He's shown that he can pass horses. It might change with the 4, with the gelding. I just don't see it with the 2 or the 5.
Yeah, good points there for sure. And so you've able to narrow it down to a few horses in here, and the 1 Sneeds gets a little bit more distance too. You brought up a good point. He was well beaten last time out at Monmouth. That was going a mile, and yes, the mile and a 16th is a 1 turn still here at Belmont, but he gets some added distance, which going a little bit longer seems to be when at the right level where some of his more potent races are. And that'll be the key. Some of the other horses in here, including the 2 and the 4, those fresh geldings, are stretching out for the first time.
Yeah, and then when you look, again, Intrepid Heart, I think, won the Peter Pan, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, like, Sneeds
runs against Warriors Charge.
Yeah, he's running against some horses that would win this race by 25 lengths. Literally, there's some horses that the ones run against that would just crush this field. Then you look at the 3, and you're like, okay, the 3's got some good races. The 4's a first-time gelding, like Mags was saying downstairs, saying, you know, this horse doesn't look the part, but it's probably a better proposition than the other gelding. And I think a lot of people are just looking at Nick Zito and saying, okay, Nick's 0 for 10, hasn't won the races. But the more you look at the 1's company, I know I put my my play with a 3, but I mean, in my pick 5, I used 1, 3 in here just because I looked at the 1's competition, and today's got to be the day for him, especially against this field.
He's going to be looking around at the starting gate and saying, wow, this is not so bad.
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the 4 Monmouth Drive as they start to approach the starting gate. The other fresh geldings we've mentioned before, it seemed like the biggest thing for him, and sometimes when horses are of good size as well, is sometimes getting out of the gate. So he's getting a drop in class and getting a little bit more distance. But just, again, getting that position is so crucial. We'll see if he can break a bit better today.
Yeah, you're right. Steadied start, brush to the gate. You know, his first start behind Lundqvist was not bad because he sort of broke flat-footed, and then he got into the race pretty quick. This horse has got a tiny bit of speed, and I can understand why the connection is like, ooh, okay, maybe he can run at Saratoga on the dirt, and he didn't run bad, but he didn't break again, like you said. So that's why I gave him another chance, and maybe he'll, on the stretch out, be able to gather himself a tiny bit if he does break bad, to have a little more time to get himself in stride. But if he does break on the button, he could, you know, be the horse to catch, or he could be right on the pace.
8-5 currently on the number 3 Freedom Prince, 2-1 on the 1 Sneeds, who will, I'm sure, pretty sure, be a bit relieved by the competition of what he'll be facing today as this field of 5 starts to load into the gate. Seems like everybody's been handling themselves pretty well in here, so Paul's going to take a stab, as will Maggie, with the 3 Freedom Prince, but using a little bit of coverage if you're playing those multis. We've got 4 back here. Again, we'll be covering races 1 through 8 today here at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races. We'll also be talking a little bit about some of the upcoming stakes action at Belmont this weekend, and a little bit of chat about the Breeders' Cup as well, just a few weeks away now as we are in mid-October. 2 more horses to go here in race 1, and we'll throw it up to the voice of New York racing, Larry Colmus, for the call of the opener here at Belmont Park.
And Yankee Division, the last one. And they're all in line. They're off. Sneed starts quickly from the inside. Monmouth Drive is away with some early foot. Freedom Prince away running between those two, and now moving up to challenge for the front, and Freedom Prince takes over as they head up the backstretch. And up into second position now is Monmouth Drive. Sneed back running in third by another 2. Then it's Muntahez in Yankee Division is the trailer. Up the backstretch, Freedom Prince on top, 3/4 of a length. Monmouth Drive on the outside, pressing second. 2.5 back to Sneed's. Yankee Division's making an early run now. Got through on the inside of Sneed's. Now grabs third and is just 2 lengths off the lead. The trailer, Muntahez, is 4 behind through a 23.37 opening quarter mile. Up the backstretch they go. Freedom Prince on top. The lead is 1.5 lengths to Monmouth Drive on the outside of Yankee Division. Break of 2 back to Muntahez and Sneed's. And they are now 4.5 lengths off of front-running Freedom Prince, who goes through this first half in 46.8 and leads by about a length over Monmouth Drive. Yankee Division has lost ground now, is 3.5 lengths off the lead, and then it's Sneed's and Muntahez. Around the far turn, Freedom Prince and Monmouth Drive a length apart and 4.5 lengths clear of Yankee Division. Then comes Sneed's and Muntahez. 3/4 up in 110.63. And they're into the stretch, and Freedom Prince trying to take them every step of the way here, opening up to a 2.5 length lead on Monmouth Drive with a furlong to run. Freedom Prince drifting out. Monmouth Drive right behind now, guiding to the inside as they come down to the 16th pole. It is Freedom Prince, Monmouth Drive coming up the rail, trying to make a race of it. Here comes Monmouth Drive on the inside, and Monmouth Drive runs down Freedom Prince to win it 1/2 length. Sneed's was third and Yankee Division fourth.
Monmouth Drive in his 3rd start, a fresh gelding, a smart move by Dylan Davis, ducking to the inside and able to get up just in time.
Yeah, great job by Dylan to just stay on this horse. If you look right here, the 3 looks home. I mean, Dylan's under a full drive. Joey Martinez has not asked Freedom Prince, but when he does ask Freedom Prince, this is when the horse just starts to wander. And this is 2 races now, or now 3, that he sort of squandered away. You can see he's already swishing his tail when Joey asked him. And when Joey hits him right here, he puts on the brakes. Right there, he stopped. And listen, I understand it's one of those things, and he probably should have stopped hitting them, but he's not wanting any part of that whip. Joey looked to his right, and by the way, Monmouth Drives to your left, and there he goes right by. Great job by Dylan. He sort of had to go to the inside. But when Joey hit Freedom Prince, he just wanted nothing of it, and the horse just put his heels on the ground.
You could see even his ears, his action, just his whole body language completely stopping there. And Monmouth Drive a little bit late switching leads as well, but as soon as Dylan Davis asked him to, he did, and that's when he took advantage of the wandering Freedom Prince going to his inside. And sometimes horses, when they're on their own on the front end, they almost get distracted as well. And I felt like that was a little bit part of it too with Freedom Prince.
No, it was. Totally got distracted, you're right. Sort of waiting on horses. And then Sneed's, who broke very well, sort of dropped the bit a little bit. And you could see Manny Franco was asking, and he was having nothing of it.
Dropped back and came back up for 3rd at 9-5 with their favorite in 2nd, but it was Monmouth Drive winning the opener for John Kimmel and Dylan Davis. We'll bring you prices in the winner's circle after this break on America's Day at the Races.
I'm a firm believer you don't put the saddle on the pedigree. I bought him strictly because of his physique, his conformation. And then when you looked at the pedigree, it was the perfect blend. Run Happy was an incredible, incredible racehorse, being supported by Airdrie Stud, who raises an incredible animal. To breed one of their best mares to him speaks volumes. It ended up producing an incredible result in this horse. And we just hope he runs to his looks and his pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm. No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races, and the sun is shining here at beautiful Belmont Park as Monmouth Drive. Well, he needed every bit of the mile and a 16th, but did prove best here in the opener, and I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, John Kimmel. As, John, we were just joking, there was some debate about Monmouth Drive or Monmouth Doctor. Anthony Stabile and I, on the simulcast show, he was telling me it was Doctor.
No, it's Monmouth Drive. Eli Gindy, the owner, he lives on Monmouth Drive in a wonderful town on the Jersey Shore called Deal. And it's a great little street, and he's got a beautiful home there.
And breaking his maiden first-time gelding. Talk about the decision to geld this horse for his third start.
He had one of his testicles was fairly high up in the canal, and I was kind of thinking it might have been bothering him. So we actually were able to do it by dropping him in the stall and putting him on his back, and it kind of floated up where we could actually get a hold of it. So I think it helped him a little bit. Plus, it's a little easier group he's running against today.
Now, talk a little bit about that gelding, because sometimes, you know, if you have a horse in that scenario, they have to go to a clinic, but it's kind of fortunate when you can do them in their own stall in your barn.
Yes, actually, we could actually palpate it, meaning you could actually feel the testicle in there, and so we had a fairly good idea that we could get it if we put him on his back. Now, at another horse, though, there was some question of whether we felt it or not, and we didn't take a chance. We sent him across the street to the Ruffian Clinic, and actually that testicle was abdominal, but the epididymis part of the testicle was in the canal, so, you know, it can go either way.
So you're the right trainer to ask this, because John's actually a vet as well. But I want to talk a little bit about one of your nice young superstars in Cristal, second in the Miss Grillo. But is the plan still to head to Santa Anita for the Breeders' Cup?
That's the plan right now. I think she looks like she's in the top group of horses eligible for that particular race, and she's a really nice filly. She kind of got victimized by a slow pace and being way back. After watching some of the Santa Anita races, I don't think we have to worry about pace. There'll be plenty of pace in the race. So I hope Joelle is at least cognizant enough to kind of keep her close enough where, you know, she can have a good kick. Because the last race, after she left the detention barn, she was jumping around and doing wheelies like there was a half a tank of gas left in there, and there was a lot more, and the groom said she barely flared her nostrils cooling out.
Wow, well, she looks like a special one no matter what she does. Best of luck with her. Congratulations, having a great Belmont meet as well.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Have a good day too, John. Always nice to catch up with John Kimmel, Acacia.
Yes, it is, Maggie. Thanks so much. And some great information there from John on Monmouth Drive. As Maggie mentioned, also a vet, so we got some real technical descriptions there as well. But Cristal, we excited to continue following her. She's done so well. We had $8.40 winner here in the opener.
Yeah, you can tell he's just worried about pace when it comes to for Cristal. You'll get plenty of that. But good job here by Monmouth Drive here. Congratulations to the owners, like they were saying. Sam and Jindy Casson. Stay Thirsty out of a Giants Causeway mare, Giant Fable, $8.40. So good start to the early pick 5.
And as we turn the page now and take a look at what's coming up in race number 2, 2-5 now on that drop-down runner that Paul is trying to beat in race number 2 in Quiet Out East. We are on the turf, a mile and a 16th on the turf for that maiden claiming event. Coming up in race number 2, Fast and Firm. Again, we've managed to escape the rain for the time being. The wind we have not escaped, but we will talk about race 2 coming up in just a little bit. But we heard a little bit of a preview about Cristal and the pace out at Santa Anita, and that's a conversation over the next few weeks with now all of the Breeders' Cup Win in Your In races being completed. Just a few weeks away from the Breeders' Cup World Championships to take place at Santa Anita.
Yeah, and it's an exciting time of year. This is always an exciting time of year. Everybody's starting to put their, I guess, their East Coast runners in line to their West Coast runners in line. Obviously, a lot of people will look at the dirt runners out in California. They got a little bit of advantage being over that dirt course, and I think the horses out here have an advantage when it comes to the turf course, although a lot of the California turf horses sold out and did very, very well. Richard Baltus had one win out here. So we've had some California horses do well on the turf and dirt. So when it comes to the Breeders' Cup Classic, though, I think it's going to be very, very interesting what happens, who ends up entering into it. And I think they can beat Mackenzie.
I think so, too. Mackenzie, potentially your favorite. We'll see who will actually be favored in the starting gate as they get to that point. But Mackenzie for Bob Baffert, recently announcing that Mike Smith will not be aboard Mackenzie, as he has been for all of his 13 starts, as Joel Rosario will pick up the mount for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Mackenzie recently finishing second to long shot upset wire-to-wire winner Mongolian Groom in the Awesome Again Stakes. And Mongolian Groom now going to supplement and go into the Breeders' Cup Classic.
$200,000?
$200,000.
$200,000. So good on you. And I love the sportsmanship. I remember a long time ago, Richard Mandela had a horse named Gentleman that he had to supplement $500,000 into the Classic at Churchill Downs. But this is him beating Mackenzie. You can see as soon as Mike Smith hit Mackenzie, he put the whip away. He does not like the whip. And maybe that was his undoing. Bob Baffert did not like that ride. Joel Rosario will be aboard, but we'll see Abel Cedillo and the whole Mongolian Groom connections. They've already won a Breeders' Cup race. A lot of people forget they won the Breeders' Cup Sprint, turf sprint, with Mongolian Saturday. So pretty diverse from the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint to now the Breeders' Cup Classic. And I'll tell you what, this horse ran a big number, and I would not dismiss.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. And talking about that pace, he's got speed, and he showed it there in the Awesome Again. And they did decide, like a similar course they took with Mongolian Saturday, they almost thought about sending Mongolian Groom to Asia. Instead, they'll try the Classic. Another interesting face could be Elate, who is on the outside there, the number 5 in the Juddmonte Spinster, finishing second to Blue Prize. Her connections considering running in the Classic to take on the boys.
Yeah, very surprising considering Blue Prize was an upset winner. Elate did run a very, very good second in here. She's been bested by Midnight Bisou, and a lot of people think just a mile and a quarter is just a better distance for her, so that's why they'd rather go in the Classic. I just don't know if she's as good as the boys. We know she can get the distance. She's on a little bit of a losing streak. I just don't know where she's at right now. And like I said, going out to Santa Anita is going to be a tall choice to get some decent horses.
Definitely is. She's been a top mare for sure, as Paul mentioned, an absolute down-and-out battle in the personal ensign 2 starts back with Midnight Bisou, then being upset in a compact field in the Spinster. A little bit hard sometimes to gauge with that. Just 5 horses in there, and Blue Prize getting the win. So we'll see what we do get from her. So those are going to be maybe some interesting horses that we might not have anticipated coming into the Breeders' Cup. And some horses we're familiar with here in New York, including that big effort we saw in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And as we bring Maggie into this conversation, Maggie, any thoughts going into the Breeders' Cup Classic? I know obviously we saw some big performances here in New York that may translate out to California as well.
Okay, she hit the nail on the head there. As well, I wasn't thrilled with Mackenzie's last effort, getting beaten by Mongolian Groom as soundly as he did. I've never really warmed up to Mackenzie. Truth be told, just a personal thing with him. I don't like how he reacts when he gets hit. If he's in a dogfight, I'm not sure if he's the toughest dog, if you will. So he's left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth heading into the Breeders' Cup Classic. But boy, did we see quite a show in this Jockey Club Gold Cup as far as prep races go between the 3-year-old Code of Honor and Vino Rosso, who seemed to resurrect himself as Todd Pletcher with the intention of putting this horse in the game a bit more, having him more forwardly placed, and it nearly paid off despite the inquiry that subsequently led to Code of Honor being put up. But I think these two horses will give Mackenzie a run for his money. And two, now that we see Preservationist out, as he was announced being retired in the last couple days for Centennial Farm, and Jimmy Jerkins, as he was a disappointing fourth in this Jockey Club Gold Cup, really, there aren't that many key players heading into this classic. So I think these two horses are two that will definitely have my bet for this classic. And Paul, I know a horse you've been a fan of is also going to take his game to the classic, and that's Owendale, who I'd be a little afraid of as well for Brad Cox. I think he has a lot of talent, and he might be getting good at the right time.
Yeah, I love this horse, Maggie. He won the Remington Park Derby, and, you know, I bet him that day, got $6. I thought it was free money. He was on the rail the whole way in the Travers, and he ran a bang-up 6, considering Endorse actually ran him down on a lot of those other horses. And you can argue he obviously was not better than Code of Honor, but he was only maybe a length worse or so, and he's had enough rest, and I know he can get the 1.25 mile distance. And you're right, we got to take a shot against Mackenzie now, especially Bob Baffert in his backyard. The horse is still going to be favored, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well. Why not take a shot here? Him coming in off of a disappointing effort, though. Obviously, he's trained by Bob Baffert, the master. But for me, I remember seeing Owendale up for that Travers, Paul, and he's just this big, strapping horse that I think should handle every bit of the 1.25 mile. He's a fun proposition. You're going to get a good price, too.
Love when you could get a good price for sure. And
Yeah.
Paul brings up a good point that some of these horses, and Maggie talked about this a little bit with Code of Honor being a 3-year-old and running so well against Vino Rosso as an older horse. That's one of the fun things about the Breeders' Cup is we get a chance to see these horses physically and mentally develop
Yeah.
a little bit more, because it is at the end of the year and maybe they're just really starting to hit their best stride
You know,
now.
it's true. The 3-year-olds always run well when it comes classic times. When it comes to Vino Rosso, I've said this from the beginning, and I think he's a horse that just wants to run like 2 miles. He really does. He can just
You run all day.
all day. I think he can just click 24s off all day. He doesn't have a great acceleration. He's not a kind of horse that can make one run. But if you put him on the front end, he just keeps on trying and trying. And we saw that. We saw that. He just got taken down. So he's a dangerous horse because of all the other horses. I think he wants that distance more and wants even more. So if he gets on the front end, I don't care how fast he's going, unless he's going blistering fast, he's going to be very, very tough to collar. And let's not forget, he did beat Gift Box at Santa Anita. He has a win there. Gift Box did beat Mackenzie at 1.25 miles. So that's the one thing Vino Rosso has going in his corner, and we'll see who his rider is.
Absolutely,
So.
and you bring up a good point. He has the win at Santa Anita, and I wonder if this is really the distance Mackenzie's ever
Exactly.
wanted. So we will find out. Definitely an intriguing race is the Breeders' Cup Classic scene as we come back here to Belmont Park. 2-5 still on the number 4 and race number 2, Quiet Out East, taking a drop in class for Christophe Clement. We'll see who will be the winner in race number 2. We'll discuss all of that, get a paddock report, and more when we come back on America's Day at the races from Belmont Park.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine. Champions will be crowned. And when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. And champion sprinter Run Happy raced medication-free and stands for 25,000 in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. And there's a great shot of him after Paul Mine's favorite Run Happy logo in the subway there. As we
right?
get a look at, there's Run Happy. He was just truly an exciting horse on the racetrack, and has proved to be an exciting stallion so far at the sales as well.
Yeah, it's getting a ton of yearlings in the $300,000 to $500,000 range. You can see how happy he is. Hence his name. Mr. McInville had to put another $3 million on the Astros to cover some more of his bet in Game 5 tonight between Tampa and the Houston Astros. So I'm sure Run Happy will be watching it from somewhere in the stall. Maybe they'll have a TV out there for him, rooting for his Astros.
I like it. He looks great. We'll come back here to Belmont Park and take a look at race number 2. Again, your heavy favorite, Quiet Out East. But don't forget, we've got Paul's best bet in here, the 2 Wild Boar. You're getting a nice 4-1 right now with Irad Ortiz, Paul.
Yeah, you know, Quiet Out East, I get it. I thought this horse would be like 4 to 5, 9 starts, 3 seconds, 3/3. Couple good races here at Belmont. The turf race at a mile and 1/8 was very good. The turf race at a mile was very good. There's just no pace in this race, and I just think that the 2 Wild Boar can get to the front end, and if you look, he's never really got to the front end. There's no pace in this race. I'm hoping he can maybe steal it.
That could be the big question in here. Let's head down to the paddock and check in with Maggie on this field for the second.
Well, Paul, it's interesting you bring up the pace, because I have another thought about another horse that could be forwardly and placed and up on the engine. But let's check in with your favorite. That is Quiet Out East, as he runs for a tag for the first time for Christophe Clement. And not the easiest horse to handle at times. He seems to want to drift out a bit and be kind of wider out in the course. And he does run with a good bit of equipment, considering Christophe and what his horses usually run in. This guy has a ring bit on. So a ring bit is a broken snaffle with the ring underneath that goes through the horse's mouth and will provide a little bit more control and steering, and to the figure 8, so the horse's mouth stays closed, so you therefore have more control as well. And he has cotton in his ears, so he's very calm. He's very complacent here in the paddock, and he physically looks tremendous here. So from the physical perspective, purely, he looks much like the horse to beat. But a horse that I'm very intrigued by is number 7. That is Painter's Prize. Again, another horse that isn't quite that easy to ride, but Junior Alvarado does climb aboard today for the first time. And Junior can be good with his hands as far as horses that might want to pull a little bit. And the blinkers do come off this horse, who is really kind of unkind to Jose Lascano last time and trying to get him to settle behind the early pace setters. And 2, he had traffic troubles in his previous 2 starts, going back to earlier this year. But now, 4th start of this year, kind of 3rd off of that little bit of a layoff, he has put on weight. He has come up across his top line. He looks 10 times stronger than what I've seen from him in the past, and he's really on the muscle here. So sometimes, I know blinkers off, people automatically think, well, they want to take him off the pace. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is up on it, at least from what he's displaying here in the paddock. But at the most, I hope he's just a little bit more kind to the rider. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. And she's absolutely right. Poor Jose Lascano last time out had him in a tight hold because he wanted to run off so badly. He had his head up. He was really keen to go. And in the past, he has demonstrated some natural speed. Yeah,
and you can see a lot of guys have tried to tame him or tried to ride him. And so now Junior Alvarado will try, and the blinker's going off. Maybe that will help. And yeah, 0 for 11 lifetime, but does have some talent and has shown some flashes of being able to rate, go a mile and 1/8 and be able to show some speed. So I can understand where Maggie's going there. But 3 to 5, I don't know if that's too low at Quiet Out East.
Very short price in there. She talked about the equipment, physical, looking good. He is in for the tag for the very first time. Questions that do come up with a horse like this is that he has been in the money 6 out of 9 times. We'll see if the drop help him take a step forward as we begin our post-parade. Scratch the 1, Rodolfo main track only. We begin with the 2, Wild Boar.
Yeah, and this is the horse I hope can get to the front end and maybe cut out the fractures here. What I read, Ortiz Jr. needs to get out of the gate. John Kimmel looking for the early double.
Looking to sweep the card so far. And here's the 3, a long shot, Storm of Fleet.
Blinkers go on and really has not shown much, the Son of a Fleet, Alex. That's why she's 80 to 1. Wow.
Quite the opposite end of the spectrum is 3 to 5 on the 4, Quiet Out East, dropping in class for the first time.
Yeah, lost at 4 to 5, 3 back. So there is caution here, but definitely the gelding to beat.
The 5 is Icy Cash. Been going some distances on the turf lately.
Yeah, and the last race at Saratoga was good. The best race that he's run, and it was a little bit longer distance. So 35 to 1, not the worst stab.
18 to 1 is the 6, Awesome Adversary. Had 17 starts so far.
Yeah, 17 starts, 5 seconds, 4/3, 2 of those seconds here at Belmont. So maybe you can hang your hat there, but a tough horse to endorse on the win end.
The 7, Painter's Prize. We heard Maggie talking about. Blinkers come off. We'll see if he shows more pace today.
Yeah, and if he shows pace and gets on the front end, he could be tough in here because there's not a lot of pace, like I said. But 14 to 1, see if Junior can handle him.
Blinkers going on the number 8, My Primo.
Yeah, and the drop in class, I thought this horse was another horse that could be the other potential horse that maybe shows speed.
Maybe that will sharpen him up a little bit as we look to the outside in the 9, Cause for Celebration, who's run some solid races at this level.
Yeah, this would be the other horse in here. Run some good races, but 0 for 18, though. 5 second-place finishes, though.
Maybe a tough horse to take on top, as that is our field for race number 2. But Cause for Celebration, a very good second at the State Bred Maiden 40 last time out. Had some awkward steps out of the gate and had to go wide. But this is a horse that maybe if you're looking to use underneath or use in your exacta trifectas, does have the propensity to hit the board, and coming off of a couple of solid performances again at this level.
Yeah, and in a horse that, you know, sometimes you just got to include these type of horses in your, who's getting that warm-up right there?
The 2, it's a little bit distracted there.
Yeah, a tiny bit distracted, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that the 2 can get to the front end in here, and hopefully that's a strong enough warm-up. But yeah, you bring up a good point. I mean, who do you want to go to in this race besides the 4 at 3 to 5? And you got to look for some other options here. It looks like the 8 and the 9 are the other 2 options that the people are looking at.
Kendrick Carmouche climbing aboard once again, the 9 to the outside for Kelly Rubley, who does a good job. We haven't seen too many runners from her here in New York this meet. 5 to 1 currently. The pace is definitely the question. And as we check out the last race for Cause for Celebration, we'll also get a chance to see Painter's Prize in there, who is a little bit keen on the front end. But Cause for Celebration, again, there's highlighted, shifting out now, just having to kind of re-rally and make that later move, which is a tough thing to do for a horse.
No, it is, and ran well. I mean, loses by the whole ball of wax by a neck. You don't think this horse is going to lose by a neck from here, but really comes rolling late and starts pick up stride. Now, Kelly did win a race at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs, and this horse stretched out okay, so we'll see what happens. Say, I think a player in here, definite player in here.
Definitely one to use, though hard to maybe take on top at 0 for 18. As we're talking about the pace, you mentioned the 8, My Primo, putting blinkers on in here. Any thoughts about this one? We've talked about blinkers off. Maybe blinkers on, be a little bit sharper with the drop in class?
Yeah, you know, only 3.5 lengths behind Quiet Out East first time out. And so when you look, you're like, okay, not far out of Quiet Out East. I'm trying to beat a 3 to 5 shot, right? Blinkers are going on, so something different. Can it propel me past the 3 to 5 shot? That's the way I'm looking at it, so I think the 8's a player, yeah.
Let's head trackside. Maggie, if any of the warm-ups help to enlighten you in this race a little bit more.
Well, guys, I missed what Wild Boar did when you guys were talking about him. I was looking at the rest of the field, but when he galloped off away from the pony at first, to be fair, he's a horse that I still question. Looking at his form, you have to question, is he more of a turf horse or more of a dirt horse? And I see why John Kimmel has opted to try the turf here once again. He actually does have more of a turf hoof to him. He floats. He kind of has that buoyant type of stride where that's more indicative of a turf horse sometimes, and the way that they move. So he's moving very, very nicely. Like I said, I missed what he did up there, but otherwise, I can't blame him for trying the turf here once again, as number 5, Icy Cash actually cuts back in distance from 1 mile and 3/16 last time out at Saratoga, where he's only beaten half a length at 50-1. And today you are getting, what, 32-1, but a long shot that honestly made an excellent impression on me as far as back in the paddock, and even certified that when he moved out here on the racetrack. Just really doing well here for Dominic Schettino. Obviously, he looks a little cheaper on paper, but the price is right. Now on the outside is number 9, Cause for Celebration. He's had the most chances of anyone in here, but I can't fault him, and it feels as though he's in good form right now for Kelly Rubley. Just a resplendent coat to him, warmed up nicely with Kendrick Carmouche. He just, you look, he was in our barn before, my husband. He's run races and he trains well as if he can win, but I just question his overall desire. I mean, Kendrick Carmouche, maybe he figured him out a little bit last time and really got him to where he wants him and knows him a bit better, so he sticks aboard here today. Maybe the 19th try will be the charm. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. Yes, maybe today is the day, as there's Cause for Celebration. And yeah, the 2 Wild Boar, when he first broke away from the pony, and sometimes it happens too. You see even now Irad Ortiz with his feet out of the irons, just maybe trying to get him relaxed a little bit. Did move nicely, but just maybe acting, maybe the word's a little boyish, just a little bit distracted, kind of tossing his head a little bit before he got into stride.
Yeah, and most guys, like you said, when they put their legs out, they're just trying to calm the horse down a little bit. They already know he's keyed up. You see the Mags likes the 7 a little bit. Painter's Price, she's taking a shot. I like the 2, the second choice. Yeah, I always like taking a shot against 3 to 5. So, in the 9, starting to get hit here. Cause for Celebration on the outside. Kelly, very, very sharp. And a horse, like I said, 0 for 18, but 3 of the seconds out of the 5 that he's ran have been here. So I don't see him not being part of the mix. And now the 4's creeping up to 4 to 5. I understand it's Christophe Clement dropping to 40. But he really doesn't lay over this field to be 3 to 5. I really don't see it. I just don't.
Maggie brought up a good point about the 9 Cause for Celebration too, that maybe the desire's just not there to win. That's one of the concerns I do have with Quiet Out East as well, as even though he is dropping, he's going to be running against lesser competition. His race is going long, going short, turf and dirt, they've been solid, they've been right there, and maybe the drop is just going to help propel him to take that next step forward, but you need a little bit more for the end, and I am concerned about the pace setup that he might get at a short price.
No, that's true. You're right. I mean, like, all these horses, their desire to win's not there. So sometimes you want to take the horse that's 0 for the least. And that could be Wild Boar, and that could be My Primo, the 8. At 8 to 1, at least trying something, putting the blinkers on, and not far behind Quiet Out East in his second career start. So if you're looking for a price, maybe it is the 8. I think the 2 hopefully can take this field gate to wire.
We'll see if we get some more speed from the 2 Wild Boar and John Kimmel sweeps the early double, or we'll see if your favorite Quiet Out East on the drop gets the job done, or maybe it's Maggie's price horse, Painter's Prize, making a great impression on the racetrack. 2 more to load. We'll head up to Larry Colmus for the call of race number 2 at Belmont Park.
For Celebration to the outside stall. They're all in line. Quiet Out East restless here. They're off. Quiet Out East, joined up by Awesome Adversary and Wild Boar from the inside, out for the early lead together. Painter's Prize away 4th outside of them. Then it's a length and a half farther back to Cause for Celebration, who goes up on the outside of Storm Alfeet and Icy Cash between those 2. My Primo trails the field. Onto the backstretch, 6 lengths from top to bottom. And it is Wild Boar on the inside, Painter's Prize, and now Painter's Prize takes over on the outside. Wild Boar back into second, Awesome Adversary is third, Storm Alfeet is fourth, and then it's Quiet Out East on the inside, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Cause for Celebration races to the outside of Icy Cash and My Primo, 5 lengths from first to last. 25.99 was that initial quarter mile for front-running Painter's Prize, who leads Wild Boar by 3/4 of a length up the backstretch. Then Awesome Adversary, Cause for Celebration 3 deep, and Quiet Out East is saving all the ground, 3 lengths off the lead, past a 50.99 half. And then on the outside comes My Primo as they make their way around that far turn. It is still front-running Painter's Prize, 3/4 of a length. Cause for Celebration is second. Quiet Out East has now been guided to the outside for a clear run and is charging 3 wide toward these pacemakers. And then it's Wild Boar, Awesome Adversary. On the outside, Icy Cash and My Primo, and they're into the stretch. And it's Quiet Out East on the outside, moving up alongside of Painter's Prize, who fights on and is not done yet. These two have a furlong to run, and they're stride for stride. Quiet Out East on the outside. Painter's Prize keeps digging in toward the rail. Cause for Celebration is third. It is Quiet Out East and Painter's Prize, 1-2 down to the line, and Quiet Out East is going to do it by a head on the wire to Painter's Prize. Then Cause for Celebration and Awesome Adversary.
Your favorite Quiet Out East on the drop-in class just gets by. Good call by Maggie Wolfendale with the 7 Painter's Prize, who slowed it down some pretty modest fractions there, Paul, to set up the race here in race 2.
Yeah, I don't get it. Red Ortiz Jr. took the initiative with the 2 and decided he didn't want to go faster than 25, and 7 just took over. Good call by Maggie. And for a split second, when you have a horse that has not won in a while, you're thinking he's starting to hang, and the 4 was hanging a tiny bit, but the 7 with the blinkers off was fighting back. Junior Alvarado does such a great job with these type of horses. The 6, Awesome Adversaries, actually ran on pretty nicely here late, but it looks like, no doubt about your winner, 3-5. The public had it right, but you get a nice 17-1 shot by Maggie. Looks like the 9 and the 6 round out your super.
Pretty formful winner there for sure. Your favorite, the 4, Manny Franco, kept on Quiet Out East to get him up front there. And sometimes when you think there's going to be no pace on front, then everybody decides to go. Then seemed like everybody kind of took back as the 7 managed to dictate the pace on the front edge. But that is one of the great puzzles of horse racing, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes you wonder, okay, I'm like, all right, the 2's gone 44 in 1, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And they went 51 and was 5th. So you're wondering if the connection said take back.
Well, it was your favorite to get the win, Quiet Out East. We'll take a break, and Greg Wolf will step in as your host for the remainder of the show. But stick with us here on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the sales ring, his $2.4 million sale topper at Keeneland September was the highest price yearling sold in North America last year. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
You know, I think Run Happy has a lot of things going for him. Obviously, he's been very respected, and to give people further incentive to buy them for where they can take an offspring, run it, and if they win, they're going to get a $100,000 bonus for each Run Happy they have. You know, it's another selling point from our perspective that really helps us promote the horses that we're representing and we're selling.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, Christophe Clement gets a popular victor home here in race number 2, breaking his maiden Quiet Out East, and pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by the conditioner. Christophe, not the easiest horse to ride, I'd say.
Well, he likes to make it difficult. I thought, Manny did a great job, and he needed the whole stretch to win, but he won, so I'm very happy.
And he's a horse that got claimed. Obviously, he looked very claimable in this spot, but you kind of get to this point in the year, and you're a guy who likes to win races, and you find the best spot for him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, we tried all year long to break his maiden. It didn't work, even if he ran actually pretty well. Where in October, you only have the turf season for another month, and you just have to be aggressive. And in order to win some races, you have to be to put them in the right spot.
Looking forward to this weekend in the Sands Point. You'll have Feel Glorious for 3-year-old fillies. She's kind of been knocking at the door, came here from Europe, ran well in her first start of her season, and then has had a little bit of bad luck. Are we getting back on point here in the Sands Point?
I agree. I think she's doing well. She's trained well. I liked her last work, which was on Sunday. Junior is going to ride her. He's been on it twice in the morning, so he knows the filly. Obviously very competitive, grade 2 New York, but she's a nice horse, and I'll be disappointed not to be competitive.
I think you should be. Well, best of luck. She's a fun horse. But congratulations here at Quiet Out East.
Thank you so much.
All right, Christophe Clement, guys, looking for another winner this weekend and Feel Glorious.
Yes, he is. Thank you, Maggie. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney. And we're going to talk plenty about those weekend stakes races coming up. Quiet Out East with the win. $3.30 for the victory here for Clement.
Yeah, congratulations. Good run by Painter's Pride. That son of Painter really ran well. But Quiet Out East, the drop, just got the job done. Son of Broken Vow, the length, your mare, Quiet Ending. This one, bred by Sheila Corporation, now 1 for 10 lifetime. And that double came back not that bad considering the price.
All right, we move on to race 3. It's 7 furlongs. First allowance condition coming up. And are you a believer in T Loves a Fight for Orlando Nota?
Well, here's the thing about T Loves a Fight. He got in a really good groove and really good form. He sort of tailed off a tiny bit, and he needs some pace to run into. Will he get it today? There's not a lot in here. The 1 and the 3 were your morning line favorites in here, but they're going to need some pace to run into, and there's not really a lot in here, so we'll see what happens.
Pro Schema, I didn't get that horse at 8-5 on the morning line, and T Loves a Fight, Build the Sweet, who we faced last time out, won 4 of his last 6. Performer is going to go into a stakes race next time out. He's won 3 in a row. He looked very impressive for Shug McGahee. We'll see if he can get back on track today.
No, I'm with you. He comes out of very good races. Dark Cloud might show some speed in there. And some other horses on the outside in there. Zealous is the horse that's going to take him money. I think the longest shot in here, the 4 American Rule, could round out maybe your try in here.
Can I borrow that scarf later?
Sure, anytime. I'll bring a boa tomorrow if you need me to.
I might take you up on that earlier than you think coming up. Some big races coming up this weekend. The Sands Point is one of them. Mile 8th Inner Turf, grade 2 for 3-year-old fillies, and Romantic Pursuit. Kieran McLaughlin sends out, tried to go gate to wire in the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational back at a mile and 3/8, and that mile and 3/8 might have been a little too much, although handled it convincingly at Saratoga the start before that, but trying to do it on the front end, weak and late.
Yeah, and this is the race at Saratoga when he won by a head, and she was very, very good that day. They didn't believe her after she won her maiden special weight. She went off at 17.5 to 1 today. This was a really bunched up field. But you got to give her credit. She hung in there and really fought off every challenger. And like you said, in her next race here at Belmont, maybe it was a little too far. She just got collared late, and she's going to probably be the one to catch, and Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Meanwhile, new and improved Chad Brown, lightly raced. She won first time out at Saratoga, and then she went up against Catch a Bid in the Risk-Averse and was beat a length and 3/4. Had some problems at the start out of the gate.
Yeah, she actually did hit the gate. Actually, it was a legit excuse. And there she is, the gray daughter of Cairo Prince in the center of the racetrack, like they usually do from Chad Brown, just come from last to first. This is when she broke her maiden, and not even getting hit, just straight hand urging here. She's got a ton of talent. I love the way she lowered her head. I loved her in her last start. She didn't have to have the best of trips. She's going to be a handful in this race.
That's coming up over the weekend, as is the Floral Park. 6 furlongs on turf. Fillies and mares in this group coming up, and Mamanu will be back in action in this spot, as will Fire Key. Mamanu for Jimmy Toner, though, coming off a win in the Caress. We saw her win at Saratoga at nearly 30 to 1 with a tremendous ride from Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, and she beat Fire Key, right? And gosh, you know, Mamanu was 4 years old, right? And she's sort of the up-and-comer, and now Fire Key is 6, but she still fires big shots. The one thing about Fire Key, she loves Belmont, so it's going to be very interesting. She's got 600 and some odd thousand in her bank. but Monument was able to handle her on this day. Maybe it will be different. There's some other horses in here like Goldwood coming in here from Laurel that is sharp as can be. That's why she is 7-5. She has won 5 in a row, 9 for 18 lifetime, and JC Jose Ferreira will be in to ride. So I thought the Floral Park was an interesting running.
Big favorite on a race, had a brutal trip, got completely stopped behind horses in there, but still, don't take anything away. It was a big performance.
Yes.
And it was a good win, too, for Kendra. Kind of got him going at that meet a little bit, but we'll see if she can back it up with another big performance.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a very, very good race. The sprint turf races here at Belmont are always very, very competitive. You can make so many different excuses for different horses. And the one unique thing about here at 6 furlongs, they come in from Laurel. They come in here from Saratoga. We've seen horses come in from Monmouth. So you really got to gauge which horses are going to like these sweeping turns compared to the tighter turns of some of the other racetracks.
Meanwhile, back to our third race here coming up. It is the start of the Empire 6 ahead, and 8-5 favorite, T Loves a Fight. It was your 6-5 morning line choice. Pro Schema was not far behind at 8-5 on the morning line. 3-year-old for Bill Mott. And Pro Schema's only win, it came at Churchill. It came at a mile and a 16th against Maiden Claiming.
Yeah, and when you look at Pro Schema, what do you see? You see Blinkers last time out in the 12-hole at 55-1. I get it. It was against Performer. T Loves a Fight, beat him by a half a length or a quarter of a length. So that's basically the difference between the 1 and 3. Now, do you want to take a shot at somebody else can beat one of these horses? They both similar running styles. They both need a little bit of pace to run into. So where's that pace going to come from? 2, maybe the 6 on the outside, Zealous. We'll see what happens.
Pro Schema, trained by a man who won his first stakes race as a trainer before he even finished high school. At 45 years old, he became the youngest trainer ever inducted into the Hall of Fame. And after this year's finish in the Kentucky Derby, there seems to be nothing missing on a resume for one of the game's all-time greats. Here's another edition of I Am.
I am Bill Mott. I am a trainer. My parents were always very supportive of whatever I wanted to do. They could tell how passionate I was about horses, and as we got started into it, about how passionate I was about racing. And of course I was always very competitive. I mean, I was in, high school sports and that sort of thing, and I like winning and I like the competition, and I also loved horses. I'd saved up some money. I had some money in the bank. We had sold some calves and some pigs, and I had a little money saved up, and I wound up buying a horse. I went and bought my first horse for $2,000. I guess I was 15 years old at the time, and then I trained him that winter, and I was 16 when he won the South Dakota Futurity in like September of his 2-year-old year. So, I got $3,800 to the winner, and I thought I was the richest guy in South Dakota at that point in time. And from the very beginning, I've always felt very lucky. I have been very lucky. Now I'm not sure whether I like the competition more, I like the horses more. I think I actually probably like the horses as much or more than the competitive part of it. But when you can put it all together and you can have, it's kind of the best, it's been the best of both worlds for me, just because it's what I want to do. And from the very beginning, I've always felt very lucky. I have been very lucky. And, horses and the people that surround the horses have given me everything that I've ever had in life.
Well, he says he's been very lucky, but some say better to be lucky than
Yes.
good. He's both. He's extremely good. One of the greats of all time, and of course added through a little bit of luck. Getting that Kentucky Derby win this year, moved up via disqualification. The only thing really that was missing on his resume.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure he didn't want it that way, but like he said, he'll take it, and I'm sure he'll have another runner there. And yeah, he's had some superstars. Obviously, Cigar was the one that sort of really put him on the national map.
And it's so interesting. I mean, it was Mucho as a 2-year-old that we thought was going to be his Derby horse. Then it was Hidden Scroll, who was putting away another horse, Tacitus.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it became Country House, who became his Derby winner. We'll talk about the third more when we come back. We'll have the post parade ahead. Pro Schema for Bill Mott, 3-1, making the 10th start of his career when we return on America's Day at the Races.
it's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine. Champions will be crowned. And when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're gonna go traveling.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're 14 minutes away from the third race here coming up. It kicks off the Empire 6. Sun shining on a Thursday afternoon as we kick off another week of action. And 7 furlongs coming up in this first allowance level race where T Loves a Fight, 3-time winner at Belmont, 10 for 32 lifetime, who really went through a resurgence, this horse, this summer when Orlando Nota claimed him back in early May, guided him after one start in his barn to 3 consecutive wins, dropped him all the way from 40 down to 12 claiming. I guess got his confidence back, then he steadily moved him up against State Bred Company, fired back-to-back wins, and he even ran very good in the Morrissey.
No, he did. He ran a bang-up race against Celtic Chaos. Like you said, Built to Swedes, come back to win a bunch of different races. He's been running so well. He likes Belmont. He just needs a little bit of pace to run into. He's 9-5. I can understand why he's your favorite because he's got the best numbers in here. Now, Proschema is confusing because the blinkers went on last time and he was 55-1. But we'll get you T Loves a Fight last race, if I'm not mistaken, if we had that. But or no, pre-schema, excuse me. And this is a Son of Warrior's Reward. Like, what do you do? This horse didn't really break that great last time out and sort of ran a decent 6 somewhere in there. And they're down in the center of the racetrack. They're trying to make up ground, but big field, a lot of big difference today, and easier competition as well.
You know, I mean, T Loves a Fight would wind up a very distant, non-threatening third, but at least was running late in that race.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have to think the 7 furlongs
helps
is going to help him,
yeah,
right? T Loves a Fight?
I would think so, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's got to help him. And you're wondering, okay, does the 2 go to the front end? It looks like it, or the 4, American Rule. I don't know. One of them does, or the 6, Zealous, because you see Louis Saez is usually aggressive.
So he was off from February until July 18th at Saratoga, talking about the 6 Zealous. He wins at the 7/8 distance in a decent group. That was for 50,000 starter allowance for James Bond. James Bond had a very good Belmont. He had a decent Saratoga. His horses were running. And we'll see. This horse now has put together back-to-back starts, and he was knocking on the door consistently. It took him a while, right, to break through and get that Maiden win. But then all of a sudden, he wheels right back and wins again.
Yeah, sort of a light bulb, right? Got the W by a nose and won by a neck. They've laid him up since July 18th, so he's had time, been working steadily. And for Louis Saez, and yeah, you make a good point. He's coming out of that 7 furlong race. He has shown pace where he can stay very, very close in here. 2-1, he's getting bet right into your favorite here.
You got a quick look there, Luis Saez, who will be in the silks of William Clifton, longtime client of the James Bond Barn. And 2-1, this is your second choice on the board right now. So Zealous taking a lot of money and comes in as well with a sharp little 3-furlong bullet move. So you would think maybe they want to keep this horse on his toes a little bit, maybe sharp and close to the pace.
I would think so. You have Dark and Cloudy, the 2, putting blinkers on, but that horse is coming out of a couple of races where he just has not run at all with the blinkers, although one race was over a muddy racetrack and an off-the-turf event. So he's a tough read, the 2. I would think he would show speed. That's why he's getting played. As you see, the jockeys are getting a leg up. But this is a difficult race to figure out who's going to get to the front end. And if they do, does it really matter? Is the one just the horse to beat?
Oh, we'll see. With those blinkers going on, the 2, I would think it's either the 2 or outside, right? With Zealous,
so, yeah.
But I would think the 2 is probably the quickest of the bunch here. But coming out of a mile and a 16th race, maybe that dulls his speed a little bit, although he does put those blinkers on. But he's shown sprint speed on several occasions in the past. I would think there he is. If he wants this lead, it's his.
The worry is, since this horse has been claimed for $35,000 out of the Jason Service Barn, they ran the horse back 15 days later and just completely just keeps on plummeting and plummeting and plummeting on fast racetracks. And the last 2 efforts just aren't going to get it done. So you wonder if he's really sort of starting to pack it in now.
Yeah, kind of a tougher. That last start, wow. Just the last 2, really, what happened. It's a tough proposition, but he's getting bet despite that. I mean, he's 12-1 morning line. He's half that number.
I just think people are looking at, okay, they see 1s and they say, okay, a horse likes to go to the front end. That's why he's getting bet. I think he's a horse you chuck, but that's me.
Empire 6, again, it starts here. Here comes our post parade. And we will kick things off with T Loves a Fight. Orlando Noda, again, he claimed him back in May and then reeled off 3 wins in a row this summer.
Yeah, and you're right. If he runs his race or gets any kind of pace to run into, he's the horse to beat. He's in such good form, and good job by Orlando Noda. And Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Dark and Cloudy could be the controlling speed in here. The blinkers going on as he cuts back in distance.
Yeah, he's going to have to get back to that form from a while ago, is this gray, and he's going to have to get a lonely lead.
Pro Schema for Hall of Famer Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado aboard the Son of Warriors Reward.
55-1 last time out, and it got beat by T Loves a Fight, but only by about a quarter of a length because they were in a photo for like 3rd.
American Rule, 24-1, huge price for Peter Tornes.
This horse got bet actually last time out at Laurel, and I'm wondering if this is a horse that can maybe surprise with speed. This is my surprise long shot, 20-1.
5 horse at 10-1. This is Family Biz. Manny Franco aboard for Eddie Barker.
Yeah, the last win came with Dylan Davis aboard, and that was at Aqueduct in a 1-turn mile. Now Manny Franco will be aboard.
He was 3rd to Grade 1 winner Mind Control in the Jerome to kick off his 2019. Things have not gone quite as good since. And then Zealous on the outside holds steady here at 2-1 for the James Bond Barn. He's won 2 in a row.
Simply, the horse is in the best form. 2 wins in 4 seconds in the last 6 starts, with a 3rd if you want to include the last 7 starts. So the horse that's in the best form is on the outside.
7 minutes to post here at the starts of the Empire 6, and that's your favorite right there. T Loves a Fight, trying to get back to the winner's circle for the first time since July 14th at Saratoga earlier this summer. We'll be back with a 3rd from Belmont next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Well, the amazing thing about Outwork was just how similar he is to Uncle Mo. He was able to win his debut at Keeneland in April, so a lot of precocity and size and strength and speed to go along with it. The thing that also stands out to me is just how Outwork stamps his foals. I mean, you can see the Uncle Mo in his babies. I think he's got a huge chance.
Piranha, the leader in fly control and wipe and spray products, now has premium equine grooming products. Introducing Aloe Pro Shampoo, an organic concentrate enriched with vitamins A, D, and E, and silk protein. Piranha Detangler, a dry comb-through detangling spray that conditions, moisturizes, keeping tail and mane manageable. And Shine Baby Shine, a water-based coat conditioner that leaves a show ring shine every time. Visit piranhaeat.com to see our full line of equine products, and for a limited time, use promo code NIRA to receive a 10% discount on your order. Piranha on, pests gone.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Third at Belmont. Start of the Empire 6, approaching the 3-minute mark to post. And T Loves a Fight, no longer your favorite, although he's one of the top choices on the board, as he tries to win for the 11th time in 33 career starts. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
He's definitely been a fun horse to follow, Greg, and as we've said all along, hats off to Orlando Noda for really getting this horse back into top form. And even though his last few races have not been wins, he's still run solidly. I mean, you even look back, he finished 4th, beaten just a length and a quarter in the John Morrissey, and then 2 starts back was 3rd behind Performer, a very highly touted and well-accomplished horse who did come back to a win impressively next time out. Now, as far as T Loves a Fight, he looks cool, calm, and collected, as he always does. He's good in his weight. He looks well turned out, healthy, dappled, good in his coat. The question is, are we going to get to see him back in that sharp form that we were seeing back in this summer? So we'll see if we get the resurgence of T Loves a Fight in here. He definitely has put forth some good races and gotten some good prices home as well. But the horse that I did prefer was the 6 Zealous to the outside. And I remember speaking to trainer Jim Bond after this win last time out and looking back at my notes, I had even thought off of that big layoff, maybe he wasn't even quite at his peak fitness off the bench. So he came back and he won, and not perhaps being even 100%. So now, second time off of the layoff, coming back off of a good win at 7 furlongs at Saratoga last time out. He was just relentless last time. I imagine that he's going to put forth another strong effort today. Seeing as he looks even a little bit sharper, he's a big-bodied 5-year-old horse. I think the 7 furlong suits him, but he's got good energy in here today, and he has been freshened up. Didn't come back too quickly since that last race and has been training very well up at Saratoga. Now, looking at the number 3 Proskema for trainer Belmont, as Paul mentioned, I think this one's definitely a bit of a question mark. He went 1 mile and 1/8 2 starts back, then cut back to 6.5 last time, adding the blinkers, just regular shortcut blinkers on him, and he too comes out of that race behind Performer. And he had the outside post, but I don't think he's a sprinter. I think he's going to relish some added distance for sure. Maybe even wants more than a mile, more than 7 furlongs here, perhaps a mile. He looks fit. He's a little bit warm on track and just maybe not 100% having his head in the game. He's a big question mark. If he runs today, it would be a little bit more of a surprise to me. I do certainly respect the connections, but need to see him take a step forward off of those last 2 races. And finally, the 2 Dark and Cloudy. He had a very sharp warm-up, quick away from the pony. He's on his toes. He will definitely be the speed with those blinkers getting back on. Can he take them wire to wire in here, as he has not done since May, which was right here at Belmont going 7 furlongs, but he's got that speed to his credit. But Greg, a 3-2 currently on Zealous on the outside. We'll see if he can make it 2 for 2 off the bench, and I did prefer him on the track.
All right, Acacia, thanks. You know, big switch. I mean, in terms of public just loves Zealous right now. Pro Schema holding it 2-1. I guess the positive for the 3 Pro Schema, you got a lot of sharp drills for this horse, and who has been stabled up at Saratoga. But he was working sharp before that last start, and he didn't show a whole lot.
No, he didn't. And he's a wild card horse, like you said, and Junior Alvarado does stick. Now, I know he was 55-1, like I said. Is that an inflated number? He has some numbers to go back to at Churchill Downs that are okay, but T Loves a Fight has better numbers. There's some other horses in here. The outside horse, Zealous, has decent numbers. You can go back to Family Biz to last year, the 5 in here, that has numbers to go back to. I think that horse is just moving the other way. The reason why I think the 4 at 41-1 has got a little bit of a shot. If you look under the contested care in November of 2018, this horse won a couple races, and it looks like last time finally made a little bit of a run and maybe have woke up. So I thought the 4 could hit the board here at 40-1. Too big of a price.
All right, maybe, yeah, using your exotics here.
Loves Belmont. Look at the 3 races at Belmont.
Never off the board. Never worse than second in 3 starts. So we'll see if he can light things up here, maybe underneath. But it's Zealous, the 6 for the Jim Bond barn. Try to make it 3 in a row here. The 5-year-old son of Tiz Now. They've had to be patient with this horse, and that barn, as we take a look at their runner here, known to be extremely patient. They've done a nice job with this horse, and it looks like all of a sudden it's paying off.
They really have, because if you look, the horse was in for 40 at one time last year, and then they gelded the horse before that, put him in for 40, thought, okay, let's see if anybody's any takers. No, and then they got the maiden special weight win. It paid off. It got another W and $140,000 in the bank. So it took their time. I know he's 5, but it seems like he's gotten better.
About to load up here for the 3rd, and there's T Loves a Fight. Dylan Davis hopping aboard. Had Junior Alvarado on for a couple of those wins, then Irad Ortiz Jr. during that 3-race win streak. And now Dylan Davis gets his turn. Horse who's a 3-time winner on this racetrack. 2-horse Dark and Cloudy will step in. There he is in the background, the gray. We'll see how loose he can get on the lead. But the last 2 starts from him, very concerning. But we'll see. Blinkers on. If he can kind of regain his form, and maybe if he just gets comfortable there out in front, keeps on going.
Get brave, yeah.
See what happens here. There's Pro Schema for Mott. Favorite looks like will be Zealous from the outside post for Jim Bond, trying to win 3 consecutive starts. Luis Saez back aboard. We send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing. For the call, here's Larry Colmus.
They're all in line. They're off. American Rule and Dark and Cloudy come out running well. Zealous on the outside, 3rd early. And then T Loves a Fight, Pro Schema, and the trailer is Family Biz. Dark and Cloudy the leader. On top of neck up the backstretch. American Rule is 2nd on the outside. And then it's Pro Schema surrounded by T Loves a Fight from the rail and Zealous from the outside. The trailer Family Biz is 4 lengths off the lead as they continue through this first quarter mile in 23.61 seconds. They're moving for the far turn, and it is Dark and Cloudy in front. A half-length advantage, American Rule on the outside, 2nd. Zealous is widest in 3rd, racing to the outside of Pro Schema, while T Loves a Fight rides the rail around the turn, just 2 lengths off the lead. And then Family Biz at the back of the pack. Around the far turn, Dark and Cloudy, American Rule. Zealous coming up to them 3 wide. 46.86 was the half. T Loves a Fight saves every inch of ground and is right behind front-running Dark and Cloudy as they come toward the top of the stretch. Dark and Cloudy turning for home in front. T Loves a Fight needs a place to go right behind. Now guides to the inside as Zealous comes up on the outside. It's these 3 about to be joined by Family Biz 2 as they come to the final furlong. T Loves a Fight comes up the rail, takes the lead from Zealous. Family Biz third on the outside. Dark and Cloudy back to fourth. T Loves a Fight runs away to a 3-length win. And then it was Zealous, Family Biz, and Dark and Cloudy.
Well, you heard Larry Colmus saying T Loves a Fight, looking for some room. That room opens into the stretch on the fence. Dylan Davis took advantage, and he picks up the 11th win of his career.
Dylan did a great job never panicking. His horse broke very, very well, did T Loves a Fight, so it was never a worry whether he was going to get pace because he was on the bid. He was loaded the whole way, just waiting for the 2, Dark and Cloudy, to come off the rail. And as soon as that horse got a little bit tired, he was able to take advantage because he had to. The 6, Zealous, got first jump on him, and T Loves a Fight, just the name hits him right between the eyes because he just loves to win races. Now he's 11 for 33 lifetime. The 5, Family Biz, will run up into third in here. And as your second choice, the Noda brothers have done a good job, gets the job done.
And just another example of a New York bred beaten open company in here. T Loves a Fight, son of Girolamo, taking it to the Kentucky breds. And the Noda brothers, Orlando Noda, started off just incredibly hot. And this was one of the horses that got him off to that great start. They find the winner's circle again.
Yeah, $77,000 purse. They were popping bottles. They'll be popping beer bottles tonight.
I would think so. They deserve it. Done a great job with this horse. 5-year-old, now 11 for 33 lifetime. 4 wins coming since Orlando Noda claimed this one back in mid-May. Prices from the 3rd. We'll set up the late pick 5 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
I think the bonus is really interesting. Mr. McInvale, as usual, is thinking outside the box, doing a wonderful job promoting his horse. Buyers will really appreciate having an opportunity like that to come back and run their horses at these top tracks and earn that bonus.
It's a wonderful incentive both for people in the market and people that own these horses. And I mean, what a great bonus it would be for anybody that wins. I think it's wonderful.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine. Champions will be crowned. And when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. T Loves a Fight. Back in the winner's circle, wins for the 11th time in his career. What a claim this horse has been for Orlando Noda as we head downstairs to Acacia Courtney.
Greg, thank you. What a claim indeed, and T certainly loves a fight. He was game today. What has this horse meant for you, Orlando, and in your total operation? Now 4 wins with him.
Nah, he's the start of this enterprise. He's made my name to what I am today, and everyone that's interviews and this, and it's because of T Loves a Fight.
It's always so great seeing you come into the winner's circle because you're so excited about it. What's that winning feeling like?
Like no other. We put all the hard work, and that's what it's all about, taking a picture.
T Loves a Fight. He had 3 in a row. He stepped up into stakes competition. Last couple of races, even though he didn't win, he still ran well. What's it been like pointing him here to this race today and keeping him in that good form?
No, all in all, he just keeps his form himself, and he's training very, very forward. And the next step is stakes, because we broke his allowance.
All right, we'll be looking forward to seeing him on the track again, Orlando. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Greg, you heard that. Next time out, we'll be seeing T Loves a Fight back in stakes competition, and he's always a fun one to follow.
He deserves it. I mean, he's been on a roll. That was a big effort there, and you saw the determination this horse has in the stretch.
Yeah, he does. And then if it happens to rain out, watch out. He's a different horse, too. He's even faster when it rains out. So, Son of Girolamo, the Broken Fowl mare, worth fighting. Now 4 for 12 at Belmont. That pick 3 to start off your early pick 5, $22.70.
Fourth race, this kicks off the late pick 5, and it begins on the turf, 6 furlongs, $32,000 claiming race. Big scratch of the 2, Kitten's Cat. Coming out of the race, it was the morning line favorite, but End Play remains in on the outside here for Jason Service, and looks like he could be real difficult to deal with. 6-year-old who still has plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, and he's the one to beat. The worry is there enough pace for him, because he comes from way out of it. Gate's his issue, but it might not even matter in this race because he does lay over this field. Maybe somebody can sneak up and jump up and beat him. We'll see.
Big weekend at Woodbine coming up, and the Group 1 Canadian International. Zayad is in the sharpest form of his career now. The 4-year-old son of Rock of Gibraltar. He comes in off a victory in a Group 2 at Deauville. Before that, just missed at 14-1 in Group 1 company at St. Cloud.
Yeah, and a horse that, like you said, was 14-1 and just missed in a Grade 1 and a Grade 2. And if you look at the time form rings, they're just enormous. When you see horses in the 120s or so, usually a lot of people will say it's like 10 to 12 difference. And a lot of people will also say, even though this is going left-handed instead of right-handed, that a lot of the Europeans, when they ship into Woodbine, easier ship, and they seem like they love that race course. You can see this is sort of with ease a little bit. So, and that horse is running at him at the end. So I think maybe the horse to beat, obviously at even money, and Desert Encounter, another horse that's going to be probably a handful. It looks like a 2-horse race on paper.
Yeah, Desert Encounter, now a 7-year-old, is in the sharpest form of his career. He comes in off 3 consecutive Group 3 wins, most recently the Dubai Duty Free Legacy Cup at Newbury. But this horse, the defending champ of this race, won it last year at odds of 8-1, so proven at Woodbine as well.
Yeah, in last year he came in this race with a win and a 3rd place finish on September 22nd. So a lot of people are like, oh, he's willing right back. He's doing the same thing this year, and he might be in better form going into this race this year. He's 7-2. What a great job David Simcock has done with them. And you're right, he's on a roll, looking for 4 in a row. And like you said, when you've won at this racetrack, it is a big deal. And he came from 2nd to last to swoop the field last year, so he's definitely a big player in here.
Look at the field again for the Pattison Canadian International. Zayad, even money. Desert Encounter, 2-1. And then we have the Group 1 E.P. Taylor, and a horse who's coming off a win in the Group 2 Canadian back on September 14th over a yielding turf at Woodbine last time out. Starship Jubilee, a 5-time winner on the turf at Woodbine for Kevin Attard.
Yeah, that's a loaded field. I mean, when you look at that field, the Kevin Attard runner, you got Holy Helena, who was a Woodbine Oaks winner. But this is just going to be, Starship Jubilee ran them off their feet. I mean, really did. And sometimes she can do that, and she crushed this field. Maybe it was the yielding ground. Her other yielding ground message, she got beat by Secret Message, but she runs bang-up races at Woodbines. But this was a tour de force that day, and if she can repeat this, you're worried that she might bounce a little bit, but if she can repeat that, she's going to be tough.
Yeah, Holy Helena going to line up in this one as well for Jimmy Jerkins. Yep. We know she's been exceptional, winning the Dance Smartly at Woodbine back earlier this summer. That was in late June. She's won over $1.3 million in her career. And Joseph O'Brien with Red Tea at 3-1, coming off a 3rd place finish in a Group 1 at Deauville.
So many different horses that are coming in. You're right? Imperial Charm, another horse that's coming in with some good time form racing. Plantain, a 3-year-old filly, going to take on some olders. Intriguing card at Woodbine all day this weekend with all the turf racing they have. The E.P. Taylor one of the prestigious races out there in Canada.
Meanwhile, we got this late pick 5 coming up next here at Belmont Park in End Play. The 6-year-old, as you mentioned, needs some pace up front. We'll have to get a trip as well to maneuver through, but a 7-5 favorite looking for the 3rd win on the Belmont turf.
Yeah, I get it, right? At 7-5. Then you look at End Play and you're like, okay, doesn't really break, needs a ton of pace to run into. Where's the pace going to come from in here? You really do not see it. There's not really a clear front runner. And I wonder if End Play is just going to pass this field because he's just better. I like Mock Tree a little bit. The horse has shown speed a little bit before. There's some other horses in here. And the 1, Mad Monies, I think people think that horse might go to the front end, and I think that's why that horse is getting bet early, 10-1 to 5-2.
19 minutes away from the start of our late pick 5 here on this Thursday afternoon card in Elmont, New York. We'll be back with more coming up, including the post parade for the first leg of this sequence when we return here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stick with us. We'll be back with more in a minute.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, our 4th coming up. It kicks off the late pick 5 here in Elmont, New York. We are 15 minutes to post. And our favorite remains the outside runner for Jason's service. End Play beat a half length last time out as a favorite. That was in a 50,000 starter allowance with a 6-wide trip. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be back aboard today, 6-5 currently.
Yeah, and I get that there's a 6-5, and I get that this horse is the favorite, but when you look and you see, okay, only one time in the Jason Service barn, but when it was in the Tom Bush barn, the 1 win was by a neck at Aqueduct. So 1 for 10 the last 2 years, and then Jason moves these horses big time. And I love that the horses had time, and maybe he'll get out of the gate a lot better. And he could just crush this group. He really could. But again, I'm still worried that he needs the pace to run into.
He has faced some good ones. Douse's Beach, he was second to, who would come and win next time. He faced Bricks and Mortar at one point in his career, who's your candidate for Horse of the Year with an undefeated 2019 campaign. He didn't run a whole lot against him, but he lined up against him. But 6-5 favoritism here for End Play. Michael Dubb, Bethlehem Stables, as we send it downstairs to Acacia Courtney.
You're right that this horse has just faced some tough horses next to him in the starting gate. This just might be the right spot for him. But I agree with what Paul said about the pace. And looking at his last race once again, he ran behind a solid horse in Pagliacci, but it was a fast pace in that race, and he just wasn't able to run down the winner in there. And every time he does end up getting close or get to the winner's circle, it is by a measured margin because he does have that nice late run. Now, he's a very chill horse, which isn't surprising. He settles nicely at the back of the pack and then has that sharp late run. So we'll see if he's able to do that today. He looks fit, certainly going out second time in the service barn. Expect good things from him. but he was in solid form with another good trainer with Tom Bush. So we'll see second time with this barn if he takes another step forward, because he's going to need to get a trip in here. Now, the number 6 Mock Tree is a very interesting proposition in here. I will say he looks perhaps the leanest, fittest that I've seen him. He's really kind of grown a little bit. He's had an overly big, imposing type of horse, and he had been going that mile on a turf type of distance down at Gulfstream and up at Woodbine as well, when with Mark Casse. But his last couple of races at Colonial, in fact, the only time that he sprinted going 5.5, 2 starts back, it was an incredible ride by Trevor McCarthy to get him up just in time with a really big acceleration. Now, I hope that that's not what he does in here today, because I like him, but I hope that he shows more speed, because that's what he's going to need to have. It was really kind of life or death for him to get the win last time out. He looks really sharp today. Hopefully that translates onto the racetrack as well, because he does have that fitness there. The 3 Ethan Hunt, if we're talking about speed, the more I looked at this horse, the more I thought that he could be one to show some pace in here. He's got Kendrick Carmouche aboard, who, as we know, very good on the front end. He is a bigger type of horse, but he's been forwardly placed in the past, and he's going to be making his 3rd start off the layoff today. That just might be the right setup for him to show some speed today, get positioned on the front end, and maybe he has no company and is just able to kind of outlast everybody else as he is going 6 furlongs. And finally, the 1 Mad Money's, Louis Saez picking up the mount. I thought last time out he was hard ridden early out of the gate and then kind of ended up off the pace. He wasn't able to make the lead. Now, I do see it noted last time out he did not race with blinkers. He has the blinkers on once again today, so maybe they do want to see more speed from him, as he has a shadow roll as well. He finished up nicely last time out. If he's able to be a bit more aggressively ridden under Louis Saez, I think that'll be key for him, because last time early in the race, Joel Rosario was asking for more early and he wasn't able to get up front. So hopefully this will be the good spot for Mad Money's, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. That actually was incorrect in the racing form. I just want to point that out. Actually, Mad Money's did have blinkers on last time. He has them back on today. I just want to correct that, because a lot of people may not have seen. I think it was a late change that popped up. But 4-1. We'll see for Rudy Rodriguez. Pace-wise, as she talked about Acacia, I mean, Kendrick on Ethan Hunt does look like he could be dangerous and try and get to the front there. And the main horse he's going to have to battle with to try and get to that front is, it looks like, either him or the 5 Psychic Energy, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Psychic Energy has a little bit of pace for Dylan Davis. Merctan Carmouche claims this one out of the Linda Rice barn. Tom Morley had this horse. Linda had the horse a couple times. I think that's a good sign when another trainer claims a horse like Linda back. So I think that's maybe why Merctan went in. So I can understand. I do think the 1 Mad Money's will show a little bit more speed, just because of size is aboard, and the way he's getting played at the window.
3-5 on end play right now.
I don't know about that.
Who is going to be launching his bid from well off the pace.
Well off the pace.
Going to need a trip as well, but he is tackling the easiest company he's seen in a while.
Yeah, I get it. I get he's tackling.
There he is.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. He's 1 for 10 the last 2 years and comes from way out of it. And I'm not arguing. He's the horse to beat by far. I mean, it's just that, do you want him? He's going to have to circle the field, and he might.
1-2 favorite.
1-2. Wow. Okay.
You know, he was in for 40 a couple starts back, and again, wide trip, but that's what he's prone to getting.
Well, usually he gets the best number. Usually he gets the widest trip, because that's where the way he runs. He runs from far behind, and I just think if any of these other horses in here can get to the front, a lot of these horses are front-end horses, so they can finish. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought.
Yeah, it seems way too short a price. We'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, 28-1 shot there. Will did it. He's had 2 starts on turf. Tough to endorse on what we've seen from the 7-year-old. They're just trying to maybe shake things up a little bit, get him back on the grass, but he has shown next to nothing on the grass in those 2 tries so far.
No, he hasn't. And here the horse is coming out to the post parade, and getting ready. And scratch the 2 kittens cats, scratch the 7 swiping Dan. Have you just joined us?
Here comes our post spray. We're going to see Mad Money's first, Rudy Rodriguez and Luis Saez. And he had a trouble trip last time out. He got steadied in the stretch. We'll see with a cleaner path today. That makes the difference. Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, and maybe this horse can get to the front end and try to take this field gate to wire. We'll see what happens.
Ethan Hunt. Kendrick Carmouche rides and could be close to the pace here, 12-1.
Yeah, and another horse like we were talking about. Who's going to get to the front end? We'll see what happens today. Maybe Ethan Hunt's the one to catch.
30-1 on Will Did It. Late to the party, but there he is.
Yeah, Will Did It, 30-1 like you said, and Joey Martinez will be aboard. Tough to endorse.
There's the 5-horse, Psychic Energy, and he has shown very good speed in the past. He got bumped at the start, though, last out.
Yeah, and he's 4 for 24 lifetime. Does have one win, here at Belmont.
Dylan Davis will be aboard. Here's the 6 Mock Tree, Brendan Walsh. I love this horse on the cutback.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is the horse that maybe that they're going to have to hold off, and I like Lescano. Brendan Walsh been running hot of late.
And our big favorite, 1-2, End Play, Jason Service, Irad Ortiz Jr. in the drop-in class.
I thought would be your favorite, but I didn't think it would be 1-2, but the public is sending it in.
Approaching the 6-minute mark to post for the beginning of this late pick 5 here on this Thursday card at Belmont Park. And that right there, the horse everyone's got to try and beat. A 1-2 favorite, End Play, looking for the 5th win of his career coming up.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
That time at Oaklawn, win a home run. Made for a big night. Bet on your favorite teams at Oaklawn's new race and sports book. Oaklawn, a new level of action, a new level of excitement.
The thermal spring waters our city is named after are known for their legendary healing properties. Their thirst-quenching properties are pretty nice, too. Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's different here. Come see why.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our show brought to you in part each and every day by the champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing at Claiborne Farm. $25,000. Win next summer at Saratoga with a Run Happy. $100,000 bonus if you win an open maiden special weight at the meet. Let's check in with Acacia.
Greg, thank you. And you might have noticed a slight delay leaving the paddock for the 4 Will Did It. They did not have the blinkers on him, but just wanted to let you know in case you did like that long shot that blinkers are back on Will Did It, and he's out on the racetrack with the rest of the field warming up. And speaking of warm-ups, we'll look at your favorite to the outside, the number 8 End Play, and I agree, it is a very short price, but I have no qualms with him physically and the way that he's been warming up. My only question is the overall race flow that he's potentially going to get. But he looks fit. He looks even a little bit sharper than I saw from him last time in Saratoga, where he ran very well. Again, just wasn't able to run down Pagliacci, who'd been, in all fairness, in sharp form in Saratoga when being claimed by Linda Rice. And even though the pace was fast in there, just wasn't able to get the job done. So it's a short price off of that at 1-2, but again, I have no knocks on him, and he is second off the claim for an incredibly sharp claiming outfit. But the one that I really just kind of keep going back to is the number 1, Mad Monies. He had a very sharp warm-up, quick from the pony under Luis Saez. The more that I look at him, he's well built behind the saddle, that good muscle to kind of propel him forward, show some more speed. Again, he was asked for it last time. I'm hoping from the inside, again, a little bit more of a warm-up in here, that he's going to be sharper with a more aggressive front-running type of rider in Luis Saez. We saw him do a lot, especially this summer in Saratoga, with horses that maybe had the tendency to own a little bit of natural speed and make the most of it by sending them to the front. And this would be the opportunity to do it. Now, as far as Mach Tree does go, he has a lovely type of fluid movement to him. I still wonder if sprinting is really his best distance. He's a very lithe type of build, not a more compact, stockier type of sprint build as we're potentially used to seeing, but the slightly elongated sprint of 6 furlongs might suit him a little bit more in here. He too is going to need to be a bit more forwardly placed, but I've liked the energy that I've seen from him, had his ears pricked, been alert of what's going on around him, and should be able to use that nice long leggy stride of his, even though he is a little bit of a smaller stature, to his benefit. So 3-5, you've got to beat end play, but maybe the speed of the 1, Mad Monies, to the inside, Greg, will be to his benefit.
All right, Acacia, thanks. There you see rider off the 4. And Joey Martinez Jr. and this horse going back to the barn.
Yeah, late scratch here. Was your longest shot on the board at 45-1. So if you happen to punch all, most of the tickets are going to go to the 8 here. In your late pick 5s or your pick 6s.
Well, didn't figure to be much of a factor in this race with what he'd shown on the turf anyway. All right, pick 5, what'd you come up with?
Well, I mean, I tried to beat the favorite to start off the pick 5 in here, so I went a little bit deeper to start, and I'm going to go thinner at the end with a late double, basically. 1, 5, 6, 8 here. 1, 3, 4, and 6 in race number 5. Subsidiary was my one of my better bets. Miss Imperial, I think, gets beat in race, or can get beat. Race number 6, 1, 3, 8, 9. Can't leave out Banana Thief. It can't leave out Happy Farm in race number 7. That's your single. And then race number 8, I am going to single the 8. Not Fusi. I think the other horse in there, Abby Normal, finally gets the job done at career start number 12. There you go, $32.
Yeah, Abby Normal looks like she's going to be very tough in that race. For David Donk, Eric Consell. And one of the major players in that race, too. With a scratch of that 9 in that race, that was a huge scratch.
Yeah.
But 12th time out for Abby Normal in that nightcap. So late scratch here, the 4. 1-2 on end play. And you two, we're all on Mach Tree here, the 6.
Yeah, I think we're both looking at, okay, a horse that's going to be somewhat forwardly placed, going to get first jump on end play, coming out of a mile race. You can see a little lathered up there, but, I mean, at 2-5, I'm not going to, the horse wins. It's good on you, but the 1 and the 6 to me are the value in the race.
Well, you think, you know, you have these short price favorites, and do you ever play a pick 5 trying to take advantage and hit it several times, or you usually look to try and create value and find, like, single the 8 here, find big numbers elsewhere?
Yeah, it depends, right? I mean, if you really feel the 8 can't get beat here at 1-2, it's worth the single, because I always say a 1-2 single to start the pick plays a little bit better than in the middle of the pick, because a lot of people don't like the single to start. They don't. They
the
want
next
comfort.
race, Miss Imperial looks really tough to beat, doesn't she?
I think she's beatable now.
You do?
Yeah. So that was my chance. I thought both the favorites were beatable in these two races. I might be wrong, though, because the problem is if it goes 8-4, what are you really going to get?
Well, in the 7th race, Jason Service, he has 2 runners in there. I actually think the Danny Gargan's going to be tough, but that horse is 9-5 morning line anyway, so it's not like you're going to find a big number in that race. Who'd you like in that 7th?
I thought it was 2-5, 5-2.
No Chateau, huh?
I just think it's really crazy.
I
Jason
thought Happy
Service
Farm was the tougher as
and
well.
Happy Farm on the outside. They both have the same running style. What do you do in the last? Looks like a 2-horse race, the 2 and the 8. So it could be very, very chalky, but these are the kind of times where, like, if the 8 gets beat here, you're already off to a good start.
Well, this race, we agreed. I mean, we didn't think End Play should be 1-2 in here, but maybe he's just too good. We'll see what happens.
It's a big race last time out, but he's had time at Saratoga, and it's Jason Service. I mean, we don't need to say how good he is. He's only 32% in turf sprints. And the 6 is backing up off a mile at Colonial. We've seen the Colonial races come back okay, but that 5.5 furlong race was a good race. Sharp Art came out of that race. Brendan Walsh new in his barn. I just think that was the main contender. I'm surprised that the 6 is 9-2.
Late pick 5 starts here. 2-5 favorite now on the outside runner. The 6-year-old son of Cape Blanco for Jason Service. Second off the claim, End Play with Irad Ortiz Jr. There he is in those Michael Dubb silks. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Colmus.
All in line. They're off. Ethan Hunt goes out for the early lead. Psychic Energy's got speed too, as does Mad Money's. It's these 3 speeding away from End Play, who's got 4 lengths on Mock Tree the trailer. Mad Money's and Ethan Hunt locked in battle here up front with Psychic Energy, just off them, running in 3rd by another 2. End Play is 4th. Now it's another 7 lengths more back to Mock Tree the trailer as they speed past this opening quarter mile in 22.18 seconds. Mad Money's and Ethan Hunt a neck apart on the far turn. Psychic Energy is 2 lengths off of them. End Play tracks from 4th with 4 to make up, and it's another 5 lengths more back to Mock Tree, who's last but just a bit closer. Mad Money's and Ethan Hunt will turn for home together. Psychic Energy is 3rd. Now swings up on the outside of them. End Play comes 4 wide for the stretch drive. Still 3 lengths to make up. They're inside the final furlong here. Mad Money's Ethan Hunt on their outside. Psychic Energy. End Play down the middle. End Play and Psychic Energy. Now it's these 2 that have gone by, Mad Money's and Ethan Hunt. They're coming down to the final 16th, and it's End Play. End Play and Irad Ortiz run away to win by 2.5. And that it was Psychic Energy, Ethan Hunt, and Mock Tree.
Well, he looked like he should have been 3-5. That's what he goes off at in the end. End Play with a win. Jason Service, Irad Ortiz Jr., and those Michael Dubb silks.
Yeah, and it was easy as pie. As soon as the 1 and the 3 were out there just ding-donging it on the front end, and you could see Irad was just taking no chances. I'm going to go around the 5 here and just crush this group. The 6 did not get off to a good start at all. Was way, way out of it, but this was just a canter in the park, and 3-5, yeah, that are right. Make it look like a gift here as Ethan Hunt actually battled for 3rd, so the try's not going to be that bad considering you got the 2 of the other choices, the 1 and the 6 off the board.
I want to welcome those who just joined us on Fox Sports Prime Ticket, Fox Sports San Diego. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. Heavy favorite. End Play kicks off this late pick 5 for the powerful Jason Service barn. What a meet he is having. Chasing Chad Brown. He's just a few behind him as well.
Really? Wow. And we've seen Jose Ortiz at Keeneland. Irad Ortiz starting to pick up some more wins here at Belmont as his brother is down in Lexington. And here's another look. As you can see, End Play just past Psychic Energy, who I thought Dylan Davis gave the 5 a perfect ride and actually put up a tiny bit of a fight right here, but just too much class right here for End Play.
Irad Ortiz Jr. say, let's go wide, stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
I'm on the best horse, and no question he was. 108-2. Final time for the 6 furlong trip, and doesn't seem like it took a whole lot out of this horse.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's too winded.
Did he keep him, however, for the $32,000 tag? Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Greg, thank you. I'm with winning owner Mike Dubb. And Mike, much the best end play today. Looking at this race on paper, though, and with his good closing kick, any nervous moments at all coming into today?
You know, you're always nervous. When it looks too easy, it usually is. Today was one of those rare exceptions where it worked out the right way. And it looked easy on paper, and the race unfolded that way. We had good pace to run into.
He ran so well last time out first off the claim. What was it about this horse that attracted you to claim him and add him to your barn?
Well, you know, at the time I was looking for horses for Saratoga, and unfortunately the weather gods didn't cooperate with us. This is only like the second time we've gotten to run him since we claimed him. I forget if it was back in May or June, but I thought his running style, you know, he'd be a good sprint-type turf horse, and obviously he's okay.
Yeah, he certainly is. A big effort from him again today as he comes into the winner's circle. We'll let you get your photo taken. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Acacia.
Mike Dubb, always a pleasure to interview and does so much for New York racing as well, Greg.
Yes, he does. As we've shown viewers so many times on this network before, what he's done with the Anna House, giving backstretch workers and their kids educations and so much more. He's been instrumental. His end play gets the job done here. Michael Dubb, those silks very familiar here on this circuit. What an impact he's made, and they go way beyond just his trips to the winner's circle. We'll have more on Michael Dubb and his impact here in New York when we come back.
What constitutes a promising stallion? Speed? He's still the fastest Tapit ever around 2 turns. Pedigree? He's got the strength of the founding fathers, top and bottom. And he's passing that strength on. With 2 graded stakes winners and 3 TDN Rising Stars from his first crop, he's one of the leading freshman sires in the country. Constitution. He's the son of Tapit we've all been waiting for.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action. And Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as race number 4 is in the books, and your favorite end play gets the job done second off the claim for trainer Jason Service with jockey Irad Ortiz aboard, who joins me now in the winner's circle. And Irad, just getting a chance to look at the replay. When you're looking at a race like this on paper and you know that you probably have the best horse, how do you map it out as potentially needing some pace in front of you?
Yes, that kind of horse, he always tries really hard. You can see his performance. And second time for Jason, I rode it at Saratoga and was 5.5 was too short for him, and we know it. So I just ride it with confidence. I got good post in the house. I just break and let him be wherever he wants to be. He wants to be behind those horses. I was close. I don't want to be too far, so I don't take too much hold of him. And whenever I ask him, he responds really well. He do what he's supposed to do.
He finished up so nicely today, too. What were you feeling coming down to the wire?
He's that kind of horse that he don't like to pass too much the other horses, but when he passed them, he pick it up. So I was riding a little aggressive to pass the other horse, and then he give me another strike. When he passed the horses, I hit it, and he responded really well. I said, man, I'm home.
Knew his job was done at that point, for sure. Now, it's been a good meet here at Belmont, as always, for you. You're riding at Keeneland this weekend. Tell me what it's like for you riders. I mean, you are all over the place at this time, of course, leading up to the Breeders' Cup.
It's not easy, to be honest. I mean, you have to love it. You have to love it. You spend a lot of time out of your house, and with family and all that. It's not easy, but it's what we gotta do. That's what I want to do. I want to be a jockey, and I love it. So I wanna travel everywhere to ride the good horses.
And we love watching you. We know you're riding the favorite up next in the 5th, so we'll let you go. Irad, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, Greg, we'll be keeping our eyes, of course, on Irad Ortiz. As always, we mentioned he's right back in action in the next race.
One of the great riders in the game right now, Irad Ortiz Jr. And yeah, he'll be on Miss Imperial. She is 4-5 coming up in our next for Jason Service and Michael Dubb. Yeah, he doesn't even need to change here.
Yeah, Mr. Dubb. Looking for back-to-back. Yeah, he doesn't have to change the silks. And there is end play in the silks of Mr. Dubb. And Irad, congratulations to Mr. Service. Second time horse by Kate Blanco out of the Cherokee Run Mare. Run Rosie. We always use our little Run Rosie thing that we have for Rosie and Napravnik. Gets the job done. And yeah, second time Jason Service, always a good thing. And third time and fourth time.
Yes, it is. 5th race, it's on the main track, 6 furlongs. Starter optional claiming group in Irad's mount, Miss Imperial, 3-year-old filly who was third to the very talented Break Even and the Jersey Girl. Couple starts back here at Belmont. And second in a couple of stakes races. Now tackling a group where she is going to be an overwhelming favorite in here, but you do not think she has to win this race?
Well, my thing is okay, she paid $13,000 for her, right? She runs second in a $100,000 stakes race. She runs second in a $73,000 stakes race. She ran third in a $139,000 stakes race. Son of Miss Clayton's Music, I have a skip trial mare. I get it, not great pedigree, but I thought maybe she could be worth maybe $50,000 for a broodmare sire, and they're offering her up for sale today. That was my worry.
We'll talk more about this 5th when we come back. It starts the late pick 4 on this Thursday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. And we'll have more on the man whose silks you just saw in the winner's circle, Michael Dubb, and the impact he has made on this circuit here in New York when we come back.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine. Champions will be crowned. And when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Run Happy was a really nice racehorse. The biggest attribute that I see about him is the way he stamps his foals. You know, they got big, pretty walks on them. They got good hips and shoulders. Very pretty to look at. And, you know, the real strong hind leg. You know, everything that you're looking for as a racehorse. You know, that's what impresses me.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Good Samaritan, the last great son of Harlan's Holiday. A debut winner at Saratoga, followed by 14 consecutive graded stakes performances. A Grade 2 winner on dirt and turf.
Good Samaritan to the Breeders' Cup.
Good Samaritan has taken the lead and he's pulling away.
Out of the family of Sky Mesa, Bernstein, and Champion Outstandingly. The last great son of Harlan's Holiday is only at WinStar Farm.
Close. A dandelion.
Terrifying. No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, you know, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate, the Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, you know, this is a team effort. Jerry said, you know, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. You know, Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. You know, picture going into school and you have a problem with, you know, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that, and now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do, and it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And, you know, when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. You know, it's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, you know, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, you know, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
Well, on a house, it is a crown jewel of the Belmont Child Care Association. And Michael Dubb, a big reason and part of what they do, helping that get situated there and helping these kids get a, like he said, get a head start in their educations and taking advantage of that STEAM program, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Kids get there at 5 in the morning.
Teach them to get up a little bit early. You see the millennials now, they don't really get up that early.
No, they don't.
Or they're online playing some video games. Believe me, I got one.
Well, this 5th race coming up, again, Michael Dubb going to have a very good chance to visit the winner's circle with this filly right here, Miss Imperial. She has been in several stakes races, and she's had a really good account of herself and fought in really all of them against some great competition. Royal Charlotte for Chad Brown, Break Even, who has started out her career perfect 5 for 5.
Yeah, very fast.
Hawks.
Yeah, very fast filly. Break Even. You're right. Sort of have been chasing really, really good horses, and it's Jason Service again. So he's looking for back-to-back W's. She's right on the morning line. She's not really getting hammered, and her last race was okay. She's been favorite, but you're right. I mean, Carrizo. Now, when you look at Subsidiary, the 4, she was behind Carrizo in the last start. But way behind, where you can see Miss Imperial was not that far behind. But so it sort of franks Miss Imperial's form, but it also puts Subsidiary maybe in the mix here.
Jose Lizgano will get the call this afternoon on Subsidiary. There's a Central Banker filly. She is 6-1 on the board. Back-to-back third-place finishes.
Besides Subsidiary, do you get? I mean, like with Zera being scratched here, the 1A is still a play in here, no?
Yeah, she, to me, was interesting. If you think Miss Imperial's not going to get it done, I thought this one was. She comes out of a stakes race at Laurel. She's been effective on the front end, and she doesn't need to have the lead, however, to get the job done and win. Yeah, I thought she had some upside here. And with Kendra Carmouche aboard, it's probably going to be aggressive, right?
Yeah, never been over the Belmont Strip, at least over the dirt, right? And you're right, has shown speed. The 1 has shown a little speed off the claim. Should be a lively place. Can you handle this? The 5 got a little pace. For Rohan Ramdat, owner-trainer.
Little rainbow, tough to make out, but it is peeking through as we approach the 12-minute mark to post here for the 5th. Let's check in, get a paddock report with Maggie Wolfendale.
As you guys were talking about the pace in here, that's a big question mark, I think. But we'll start with Jen Emily, who has been effective on the front end. Going a little bit longer. She was able to secure that spot 3 back when it was an off-the-turf event going the 7/8 of a mile. So I'm not sure she's 6 furlong fast, which she couldn't get this lead down at Laurel last time out going the 6. She's never had it before, so I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make with her is that while Miss Imperial, she's the horse to beat, especially on paper, I'm a little underwhelmed here in the paddock physically. So my eye was kind of drawn to some other runners in here, and the 1A, Jen Emily, was one of them for the fact that she's done a lot of running throughout the summer and rolling right in here to Belmont. And sometimes that'll lighten a horse up a bit, especially a 3-year-old filly. She actually looks as though she's put on weight. She looks more solid than what she did up at Saratoga. Her coat, while it's getting a little bit on the longer side, is still very rich, very shiny and hydrated. So she looks great in that respect. So I like the fact that, yeah, they're running her a bit, but she seems to be handling it well, and quite honestly, maybe moving forward from it, which she's going to have to do based on her last effort. She can get back to her start 3 back, then she's a major player. As number 4 is Subsidiary for trainer Mark Cassie. She's never run quite as fast as some of the others in here, but again, a horse who looks fantastic, and an odd Ontario bred who is Stallion Series eligible, being by Central Banker, but she's a big, good-looking filly, and I'm just wondering if maybe she's just been trying to find the right spots. 2 starts against older company. Now she's in against straight 3-year-olds this time around. And really, physically, she matches up very well, if not better, than many of her foes in here. Now, number 6 is Queen Cahen, first off the claim for trainer Eddie Barker. If you know Eddie Barker, well, then you know he likes his horse, as usual. But she'll go turf to dirt here. And maybe she's a filly who is hitting her stride, so to speak, because she just felt like one going back to earlier this year when she began her career, needed to race into fitness a bit. And while she ran well early on, she just looks the most fit and the strongest and the most solid that I've ever seen her. And 2, she's won half her career starts. That's nothing to laugh about. And a lot of times when you're dealing with many horses who have only won 1, mostly 2 in here, she's won the most, Greg, and I think that does count for something.
Yeah, no question. Absolutely counts for something whenever you visit the winner's circle more often than anybody else in the group as we approach the 9-minute mark to post. 3-5 on Miss Imperial. Post parade here coming up from this race in just a moment. News earlier this week, we lost a fan favorite out at Saratoga. Quick Call euthanized at the age of 35 on Tuesday due to the infirmities of old age. Won the 1990 Tom Fool back-to-back winner. This was the second of those back-to-back wins in the Forego. Just missed winning a 3rd Forego by a nose the next year. Was the oldest horse in the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's herd of 650 horses, part of that Second Chances program. Was the most accomplished runner at that Wallkill facility. Will be buried at Saratoga's Clare Court next to the likes of A Phenomenon and 4-Star Dave, and horse who won 9 of his 16 victories came at Saratoga.
Hey, good shot there by the truck. Quick Call maybe gave us that rainbow. Look at that. 86 times went postward and did his stuff on the track and then off the track. You could see the reform with the inmates, what he did for them, and to live to your 35. Someone upstairs was looking out for him. That's a long time to live for a racehorse, and there's that rainbow for Quick Call. Just the kind of racehorse that we all wish that we could own, and had a lot of fans.
All right, our post parade coming up. You ever been over to Clare Court and see where 4-Star Dave is buried?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely something to check out there if you get a chance. So 3-5 here at Miss Imperial. We did not think, well, we thought that price was a little short on end play. It was not.
I know, right?
Here, Jason Service and Michael Dubb getting hammered again, as those connections tend to do. Get signed up, get started, play along. with Naira Bets. Bet $200, you'll get a $200 new member bonus in your account at sign up. Use that promo code LIVE to take advantage and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NairaBets.com or download that Naira Bets app. You thought, and I agreed with you, Jen Emily looks like she could be an interesting alternative in here coming out of that stakes race. Laurel, we're going to see her first. Daughter a strong mandate when we kick off our post parade, and there she is, and Kendra Carmouche will be aboard.
Yeah, her race 3 back and off the turf event, it puts her in the mix here. Now, I don't know if she beat that day, not much. Righteous Ruby's average. They put her in the stakes race, so she drops down here. I'd say she's the main threat, but I like the 4 a little bit in here.
Here's the 2, and the rail goes to excess capacity. Linda Rice went gate to wire last out for non-winners of 2 at Saratoga.
Been in some good barns. Chad Brown barn, also the David Duggan barn. Now Linda Rice out of the Steve Asmussen barn, so you're getting your prices 8-1.
Miss Imperial here is the big favorite. McLean's Music filly for Jason Service. Multiple stakes placed in her career. And a multiple winner as well.
Yeah, the one win, one of them is on a wet track. The other one was at Churchill under Steve Asmussen's care. So on a fast racetrack, has not won for Jason Service. So maybe you could take something away from that.
10-1 on Subsidiary. Jose Lizcano, Mark Cassie.
I like this filly because she actually was a legit bobble last time. I know she was behind Carrizo, who was behind Miss Imperial, but maybe she can turn the tables. That's a big price, 11, ridiculous price.
Can you handle this? Tried to go gate to wire for 30,000 non-winners of 2 at Belmont, September 25th. Wound up second at big odds last start.
This horse has outrun her odds a couple times, and like you said last time, and Heeman Harku will be aboard.
And Queen Kane on the outside. She's actually won 3 of her last 4 starts. She will go turf to dirt today.
And she's been popular at the claim box. 4 different claims now, or 3 different claims. Now Eddie Barker, who's been very good. He's 25%, 8-1. Manny Franco aboard. They click at a 14% rate.
Our show, of course, brought to you each and every day, in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Let's go to Maggie.
Standing by here with trainer Carlos Martin. And Carlos, as you send out Jen Emily today, I'm wondering if you could help us out a little bit. We're all trying to figure out the pace. What's the plan with her? Because she has never gotten the lead when going 6 furlongs, though.
When we claimed this filly, it looked like she had a really good race when they bought her off her debut when Brad Cox purchased her. She seemed like she was able to sit a little bit. And we thought that would be probably the strategy when we first got her. And then we wound up with the paceless race in Saratoga. We were able to go wire to wire. Then the turf experiment, she ran well. She was going a distance for the first time, and she sat a good trip and didn't have really much of an excuse. Last time, I thought she also broke sharp, sat a good trip, and maybe should have been second or third. We kind of chased the pace the other day. I didn't think there was any reason for that. I'm hoping we can get a target, but with Kendrick coming from the inside, you just have to let him ride his race.
That is true, and there's some other fillies that could go in here, but Carlos, also one that you've kind of raced a lot since you claimed her, but it looks as though she's kind of thriving off that.
She seems like she's doing well. She's a hardy filly. She's not the biggest horse in the world. She's stocky and she eats everything, and she seems like she's loving it right now. Her races have been all decent. Hopefully we can get another one today.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Is also looking forward to watching your big mare as she come dancing, I should say. She's making her preparations for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She had an easy half mile last weekend here. Talk about her and when you're planning to head out to Santa Anita.
Well, right now it looks like Saturday is going to be a good day. We had a little rain yesterday. The track wasn't bad today, but I decided to wait. And then we have some winds tomorrow. I think Saturday will be a good day. We'll get a good work into her. Probably a smooth 5/8, and we'll come back with a pretty strong work like we did for the Ballerina about 2 weeks out, and then hopefully blow her out and put her on the plane on the 28th, and excited about the opportunity.
I was going to say, she's likely to be the favorite, if not one of them. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it's exciting. Anytime you get to the end of the year with a championship on the line or a chance to win a championship, and she's been so brilliant for us, and this might be her last dance, no pun intended. So I'm excited that she's actually seems like she's thriving to me, which is important, obviously, for the biggest race of her life.
Carlos, wishing you the best with her. We've all had a lot of fun watching her throughout this season, and good luck here with Jen Emily.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, guys, Jen Emily, she is the now horse, but come dancing, well, Carlos has a superstar in his barn, that's for sure. We'll see what she does out at Santa Anita for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Maggie, thanks. And what you think of Come Dancing's last race? Obviously, got out of the gate poor again. She drifted a little bit in the stretch, and with as good as Kofefe ran in her last effort at 7/8, it almost seems like she's the one to beat going into that Breeders' Cup Third Mare Sprint. I mean, come dancing's incredible.
Oh yeah.
Still,
I think Kofefe is going to be her favorite. I think Come Dancing is sort of freaky and still. She's a little goofy, I think. I think I put it that way. She's not green at age 5. She's just goofy. But if she gets out of the gate, she's going to be a handful, and I'm happy for Carlos. He seems like he's excited. But you're right, Kofefe's going to be your favorite. I mean, it's going to be a pretty good race between them two.
2 minutes away here from this 5th coming up as we take a look at Queen Can.
3 to 5. Do you don't think this horse has a shot?
No, her last 2 starts on dirt, she was a winner. One was for 30 maiden claiming. The other, a race in the slop that was taken off the dirt. I should say 2 of her last 3. But the last time she was on a fast track, and she just got drilled for 25,000.
Yeah, she did. I guess you could. Yeah, well, they went pretty fast. 109 to 121. That was Carrizo. We see the common name in here, Carrizo. Okay, Carrizo beat the 6 by about 14 lengths, but that was in the Linda Rice barn. Subsidiary by about 7 lengths, but with a stumble. So I put it at like 5 or so. Then you look at Miss Imperial, lost to Carrizo by 2 lengths or a length. So that's why the 3 is your heavy favorite over the 4, although the 4 bobbled last time, and I thought that might have cost. Now you look at the 1A, Jen Emily, she sort of stayed away from Carrizo, so you don't really know where you're getting there. So that's why that horse is 3 to 1. Very interesting to see what happens here.
All right, let's check it again with Maggie.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting races on the card. Yeah, you could just defect to number 3 and here, Miss Imperial. But when I looked at this race on paper, it was Miss Imperial for me. But when I looked at them in the paddock, there were some far better looking options. Yes, it's not a beauty contest, but I do feel as though there's horses heading into this race doing very well, despite their somewhat maybe meager or lesser class races coming into this race. We'll take a look, though, at number 2, who's first off the claim as well, Excess Capacity for Linda Rice. Now, she did dictate things on the front end going 7 furlongs as she'll cut back to the 6 here today. She's been okay at this type of distance. I do think she's probably a little bit better going longer, but this is a filly that they've always had somewhat high expectations for, and she didn't quite live up to that. And then Linda picks her up, and Linda can, when she's kind of aggressive with the horse, it's usually a good sign. Now, she's 9 to 1. Maybe that's not the greatest sign in the world, but when Linda moves a horse up off the claim, I always take it as a positive. She looks much the same as what she did going back to Saratoga when she won, coming in off a little bit of a break. So she hasn't done that much racing recently, and I think that's a good thing for her. We'll just see if the 6 furlongs agrees with her. I think that might be the biggest crutch to her not getting the job done here. But a really kind of interesting race here. Maybe it is Miss Imperial, maybe it's somebody else at a much better odds. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thanks. It's a tough call. I mean, Miss Imperial, that last start to me was a little bit concerning. Dropping in for 75,000, she was a short price favorite that day, and she did not get the job done.
Yeah. There's been a couple times. She's been disappointing at 85 cents on the dollar, 6 to 5, 8 to 5. She won at 8 to 5. Over a muddy racetrack, and she won under Steve Askenson's care. I mean, I get it. She's been in a lot of big stakes races, but the $75,000 drop last time, you thought she would win. She didn't. But she catches a field here that she should beat. But 3 to 5, I mean, I was saying the same thing about the 8 in the last race, and the 8 jogged. This horse could jog too. Sometimes if you can't beat him, you got to join him.
Yeah, it's true. And this could be a case. I mean, you look at Queen Can and you say, why not try and make a case for that horse? That's the 6. I mean, wow, she barely beat, or she was beat, I should say, by Can You Handle This, who's 35 to 1 right now.
Right.
First time out. Her 2 wins, 2 of her 3 wins, I should say, have come on off tracks. And then she had a win on the turf as well. I just think on the main track, she's not near as good as a Miss Imperial.
No, I just don't get why the 4 is 10 to 1. That boggles my mind in this race. It really does. 6-1. This horse ran a decent race last time out against Carrizo. Had a bad beginning. With a better beginning, I think the 4's got a shot in here, but maybe I'm completely wrong in here. But 10-1, that's ridiculous.
Jose Lezcano on board. Yeah, double-digit odds. Odds-on favorite in these same silks. Michael Dubb, Jason Service, and Irad Ortiz Jr. teamed up to kick off this late pick 5. Can they do it again here in race 5 on the 3 filly? Miss Imperial. Short price as well at 3-5 as we send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Colmus.
Can you handle this? Moving in. And Queen Cahen to the outside stall will complete the line. Goes in. They're all in line. They're off. Subsidiary out for the lead. And right alongside is Jen Emily. It's these two out to the front together with Excess Capacity third just in behind them and down on the inside. Then Queen Cahen and Miss Imperial's in between horses, 3.5 lengths from the front. And the early trailers, Can You Handle This, as they make their way for the turn. And it is Jen Emily on the inside and Subsidiary, a neck apart through a 22.66 quarter. Queen Cahen goes up on the outside in third, while 3 wide, just a length and a half off the lead. Excess Capacity is next. Miss Imperial is right next to her with 2.5 lengths to make up, and then a 3 wide. Can You Handle This? It is Jen Emily turning for home in front. Subsidiaries alongside. Queen Cahen comes 3 wide, and now Miss Imperial has made a 4 wide move on the outside of the leaders after a 45.5 half, and these 4 are lined up with a furlong to run, and Miss Imperial on the outside grabs the front. Jen Emily second on the inside, then Queen Cahen. Subsidiary is next, and then Excess Capacity. Miss Imperial won it by 2.5 lengths. Then Jen Emily, Queen Cahen, and Excess Capacity.
Same connection, short price. They do it again back-to-back. Michael Dubb Silks, Jason Service, your trainer, and Irad Ortiz Jr., winning jockey aboard Miss Imperial.
Yeah, just a replay of last race. It's just on the dirt instead of the turf, and Irad just had a ton of horse. The 4 got caught in between horses, but Jen Emily, took the initiative, went to the front end, and I thought I ran a bang-up race here to run second. Listen, I know second choice, but just these Jason Service horses are just going 4 wide. They're finding the right spot, and Michael Dubb just keeps entering the winner's circle. They should just repeat the last photo. Just Photoshop this horse in.
It seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
3 wins now from 9 starts. By the way, in the last race, they got away with it. End play did not get claimed. We'll see if anyone dipped in for Miss Imperial at 50,000.
Nah. They paid 13,000. But then again, you got a stakes place horse here that well, Maggie said, yeah, they took the 3, which I can see now because I said before, you're getting a $50,000 pretty good broodmare that stakes place 3 times stakes place.
3-5 on Miss Imperial, moving to a new barn. But gets the job done here as she says goodbye to Jason Service and Michael Dubb and company. So very formful start to our pick 5 and our pick 4 here. And again, those familiar silks in the winner's circle. For Michael Dubb, well, the prices when we come back. We'll also tell you about the Breeders' Cup and who's coming, who's not. Enable tried to make it 3 consecutive ARC victories in a row, just missed. That 12-race win streak came to an end. Could she be coming to the Breeders' Cup? And where will Omaha Beach go? Sprint, dirt, mile, or classic? We'll be back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country. Miss Imperial, Michael Dubb Silks. Back-to-back wins. Same goes for Jason Service and Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, congratulations to the McLean's Music Philly out of Skip Trial Mare. Miss Cappy, 3 for 9 lifetime. If you had that Dubb and Service double, you got back $5.50 for your $2. And don't forget, we had a scratch, so you do have a pick 3, an alternate pick 3, and that pick 5, early pick 5, little chalky, $40.25. Leave that quarter at the teller.
You're so generous.
Thank you.
101,000 plus in the late pick 5 pool, and everybody still alive at this point with 2 odds-on favorites getting it done to kick things off here.
I would think so, yes.
Race 6, can we open things up a little bit? It would seem so as you look at the board here. This looks like a very good betting race coming up. 6 furlongs inner turf. New York breds in an allowance optional claiming field. Bourbon Mission right now favored from a 6-1 morning line for Joe Sharp.
A lot of horses that just don't love to win races. When you look at Shiraz, the 1, 2 for 28. Bourbon Mission, I can understand why the public's going there, 2 for 7. You look at some of the other ones in here, you know, they don't really love to win. And you can get to the outside to Discretionary Mark is another horse with Mo Maverick. They both have speed, so we'll see what happens. This is a good betting race.
It is. Board absolutely reflects that. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 horses between 4-1 or 6-1 on the board.
Yeah.
So this could open things up a little bit. We'll talk more about it in a moment. Getting close, of course, to our championship weekend in the Breeders' Cup out west at Santa Anita. Tickets on sale at breederscup.com/tickets for the 2019 Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita on November 1st and 2nd. From trackside dining to general admission, go to breederscup.com/tickets today and make sure you're on hand to see all the action. Will Enable possibly make a repeat appearance? We didn't think there was any chance of that happening. Now, all of a sudden, plans are on the table to either go to defend her title in the Breeders' Cup Turf, or if not there, she would go to the Champion Stakes at Ascot.
For final start, yeah, we would all love to see her run. I mean, she was brilliant last year and just been a brilliant racehorse. I mean, to even line up 3 times in a row in the Arc, win 2 of them, and then run second, she just got a little bit tired at the end. She'll definitely be the one to beat, but is she vulnerable now with an improving bricks and mortars? We'll see. Bricks and mortars going to the mile, but we'll see what happens. Is she like maybe vulnerable in the Breeders' Cup Turf? We'll see, but it would be just awesome to see her again. And here are the turf contenders. They went away real quick.
Yeah,
but,
and we can get back up there in a second.
Yeah, Enable obviously on the top of that list.
Yeah, even in that defeat. I mean, wow, just back-to-back wins, winds up second in a third try. Would have been a historic third in a row in the Arc. She was absolutely the class. I hear it is more likely they're thinking Champion Stakes at Ascot. That would be October 19th. Yeah. And what would be the final start of her career. But it is on the table, so we'll see. They're still making that decision within the next week or so with Enable as you take a look at who is being pointed to that Breeders' Cup Turf. Meanwhile, Omaha Beach, what a performance, what a training job from the Hall of Famer, Richard Mandela. First start back since the Arkansas Derby, would have been your favorite in the Kentucky Derby. Run down Chancelot, who was lone speed as well, who's had one of your most brilliant performances of the year, Chancelot, in that Amsterdam win at Saratoga. To do this off the bench on the layoff now, the sprint is big time in play as well.
Yeah, it is, just because the natural speed that Omaha Beach possesses, and Chancelot to be able to run with him early, I thought was key, and to sizzle under 109 on that racetrack. And Money Mike Smith aboard. Richard Mandella might not have changed the plan, say, listen, let's just stay with the sprint. And he had the 2-hole. Imagine if he has the outside hole where he can rate a little bit. And this race probably got him even more fit. Even a lot of people don't bet for 6.5 furlong races when it's 6 furlongs, but he galloped out about 7 lengths in front.
Sprint, dirt mile, or classic, all on the table for Omaha Beach. And this is a look at who's eyeing the sprints. Wow. Promises fulfilled. Chancelot, Whitmore, who's been around for years and years, but Mitole coming in fresh. Looks like he could be maybe the horse to beat in that race. But if Omaha Beach goes, I mean, wow. If he improves off that performance.
Right? And then you still got Imperial Hint in that discussion along with Firenze Fire.
Yeah, let's not forget how good Firenze Fire. Everyone's talking about how Imperial Hint dug in that race that we saw here, but Firenze Fire gave him all he could handle.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people forget about Whitmore. If the race happens to fall apart, he'll be rolling late.
Meanwhile, Mr. Money, look at him in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Yeah, listen, this Brett Calhoun horse, the question has always been, listen, he's talented, we get it. Can he go around multiple turns? And maybe he got exposed a tiny bit in the Pennsylvania Derby when Math Wizard with a big long shot got it done. I think this is a smart move. A 3-year-old going to try the dirt mile, which I think could be as good as the Breeders' Cup Sprint, because a lot of horses are going to cross-enter. It's a good little field in here. So probably if Omaha Beach would go in there, he'd probably be favorite. I don't think Mr. Money would be pretty close to your favorite in that spot.
Catalina Cruiser would be tough, too.
Yes. And Catholic Boy, if that happened to be the spot.
Yeah, who's got multiple races that he's looking at as well. With more on some horses hitting the track who are eyeing the Breeders' Cup, let's check in with Maggie.
Yes, Greg, a couple horses put in some preps as we near closer to the Breeders' Cup. As we saw War of Will, we were talking about classic contenders a little bit earlier on in the show. His connections are going to point him towards the Breeders' Cup Classic, despite not having won a race since the Preakness back in May. Now, we do see exercise rider Amy Mullen up in the irons for trainer Mark Casse, as she does have him under a stout hold here, but he's always been a very good workhorse. He's always been very much in the bridle. Now, as she nears the finish line here, she's going to open her hands and nudge him along a bit, and he's going to accelerate. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with this work. It's very much typical of what we've seen from him throughout, but he's kind of exposed himself as a horse that maybe he was just better earlier on as a 3-year-old, and he really hasn't gone on like such horses as Code of Honor and Owendale for that matter. But as far as the turf division is concerned, as you guys pointed out, Bricks and Mortar heading to the Breeders' Cup mile, not going to go to the Breeders' Cup turf at 1.5 miles. Now, we do see Irad Ortiz aboard, his regular rider, as he is working here with Olympico, and before that he was working throughout the month of September with Sister Charlie, our Flower Bowl winner, as she will head towards the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare turf. And Bricks and Mortar, this is a very typical work for him. Yeah, there's a loop in the reins. That's always him. Yeah, he switches leads back and forth. Turf's a little bit softer out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he does that. He always stays with his workmates. And 2, he's a son of Giants Causeway, and all the Giants Causeways I've been around or ridden myself, they're very strong to gallop in the morning, but you put them in works and they just kind of do what they need to. They're not brilliant workhorses, typically speaking. So this is what you want to see from Bricks and Mortar. He's just getting some maintenance work in. As Guarana, she worked with Maiden One-Eyed Jack from the Chad Brown barn, as she has worked with this horse before. She's down on the inside there, and this is okay. I'll be honest, I wasn't in love with this work. I've seen her kind of travel a little bit more swiftly in the past, and honestly, One-Eyed Jack, who has yet to break his maiden in 2 career starts, might be going just maybe a touch easier than her. We'll see, though. Guarana, as she does prepare, either way where she goes in the Breeders' Cup, and she goes the Villiers Sprint at 7 furlongs. So a lot of preparations going on here, staying at Belmont. As we heard Carlos Martin say, guys, that the last plane to leave here is October 28th for the New York horses heading out to California, as we'll likely see many of those that we just watched on that plane. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. There's so many interesting divisions and matchups that are taking place. I mean, a late deciding to still take on boys in the Classic, a division you seem to think is completely wide open. You would have loved it, actually, if her nemesis lined up against the boys in their Midnight Bisou. But
yes. And,
she's in line, potentially, for Horse of the Year.
Yeah, and a horse that Maggie mentioned, I like Owendale. You know I've loved Owendale for a while. I think he's got an outside shot now. I think it's a wide-open division. I think Breeders' Cup is ripened for a lot of big upsets.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and it is right around the corner coming up out on the West Coast as we get set for this 6th race coming up. We're 14 minutes away. Here's Banana Thief coming in off a win. 7-year-old son of Kitten's Joy, who picked up the 5th win of his career back on September the 15th right here at Belmont.
By a nostril, right? I mean, like, he doesn't love to win his races by a ton, but when he wins them barely. And this was just by a nose. Great time ride by Jose Ortiz, and he beat Colton, Mississippi. Colton, Mississippi came back to run very quickly after this and didn't run too well, but there's the bob of the heads, yeah. And he likes to leave him close. Winner by a nose, second by a half, second by a neck. He's always right there. He's going to bring you his A game. You're going to get the right price at 5-1 because he's just not a win machine. But like I said earlier, there's not a ton in here that are win machines. Shiraz, the one.
Oh, he is
2 for 28.
Seduced me time and time again because he does always put in a big run.
No, he does.
But he rarely gets there.
2 for 28, 1 for 16 the last 2 years. 2 back at Saratoga. Man, I thought he was home. He was rolling. And this is the last race at at Belmont. Now, Discretionary Mark got the jump on him, and he just starts to move and move and move. And Morning Breeze and Outrageous Bet was behind. I think Outrageous Bet came back to run and not run well. But Shiraz was able to put in a nice run where Discretionary Mark is just sitting in that nice little spot. But, you know, Discretionary Mark was actually behind in whatchamacallit sitting in the other spot where Discretionary Mark actually likes the front end. I'm wondering if they take a different approach with the 9 today, now with Junior Alvarado aboard and not Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I mean, Carmouche had been on Shiraz before. He always is right in the mix, seemingly late. But, again, just 1 for 22 lifetime on turf, 8 seconds, 4 thirds, teases you.
He teases you. As soon as that 7 came up to him, he started taking off again. He likes to hang around the pack. He likes to play with his friends. He likes to go to the playground and have a little fun.
5-1 right now on Shiraz from that inside post. Luis Saez will be back aboard. Let's check in again with Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the horse who is now actually favored, and that's number 4 coming off the back of a win is Bourbon Mission for trainer Joe Sharp. Now, Joe does have some good numbers with this kind of move. They won their last start in turf sprints. He's 20 for 80, so 25% with a positive ROI that he's batting. This horse looks fine, but I've always said it's a tough task to graduate from that A other than for New York breds to this 2 other than, because you're dealing with multiple winners a lot of times, not just horses who have won 2 races. And plus, he's a 3-year-old taking on some older company. Yeah, he's beaten them before, but there's some stiff older company in here. So maybe he does likely drift up here, and he looks fine. I actually preferred him in his last start. I know it was only less than a month ago, but for me, he did look a touch better that day. As we'll move on to a horse who's a big price right now, coming off the back of a layoff, is number 6, Fast Getaway here. Comes in here really sharp for trainer Linda Rice and looks incredibly fit. You know, Linda's one of those trainers whose horses do carry good conditioning and a lot of weight, and sometimes they just look as though a start would be beneficial off a layoff, but not him. He looks ready to go here today. He will have to improve or get back to some of his better races, as number 8 is Mo Maverick. He's going to try a sprint here. He's fast. He's sprint fast at route distances. But physically, just purely from the physical standpoint, he does not look like a sprinter. You know, he's a bigger, rangier horse, but again, he's sharp. So he's a real wild card in here. I don't know what to make of him or do with him as to how he fits in a 6 furlong sprint. Maybe they're onto something here, but they'll have to prove it to me here today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Kendrick on Mo Maverick for David Canizzo. Opened up by 10 lengths last time out. That was going a mile here as he shortens up in distance this afternoon, but he's done that on several occasions in his career. We'll be back. 6, start of a late pick 3. Coming up when we return to America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Flatter. This prolific son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, he's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. In the auction ring, his yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Cleveland Farm.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine, champions will be crowned, and when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country. A 6 furlong inner turf sprint coming up here in Elmont, New York. And it is a fantastic betting race. 7-2 is our favorite. That's Bourbon Mission for Joe Sharp with Irad Ortiz Jr. As we begin our post parade, we'll kick things off with Shiraz. Mike Maker, Luis Saez missed by a half length at 7 furlongs last start.
Yeah, and 2 for 28 lifetime like we talked about, but seems like he always runs this race, and I would think we'll see him early, late. He can do a little bit of everything. He's always right there.
7 seconds and 12 tries on the Belmont turf. Electronic, Linda Rice, 3-year-old son of City Zip.
Yeah, this is the most lightly raced Colton here, and 2 for 7 lifetime. That might be a good thing here at 4-1.
Banana Thief. Wow, that is a nice price on Banana Thief. 6-1 comes in off a win for $25,000.
Yeah, 5 wins, 3 of them here at Belmont. I think that is a good price, 6-1.
Bourbon Mission, he's the favorite right now at 7-2. Joe Sharp, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Claim for 25, and then Joe ran this horse a couple times and got the W last time, and Irad Ortiz will stick now in for the claiming tag of 40.
Royal Asset, 7-year-old son of Langfear.
Tough to get to, although a win machine is 7 for 32, but the last 2 efforts need to get a little better.
Fast Getaway tried to use this quickness last out to go 8 to wire, and he backed up to 6 as the favorite.
Yeah, Linda Rice got the 2. Electronic off the pace. Fast Getaway probably be the speed.
22-1 on Catch a Cab. Jason Service, Michael Dubb, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, if this happens, it will be a natural hat trick for the owner and the trainer.
Mo Maverick, David Canizzo. This horse might try and open up. He is very quick going longer usually.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Can he show that speed going distance to ground, a 6 furlongs, where he's shown it at a mile 16th, and a mile and an eighth.
If he can, look out, he's going to be tough. And then discretionary mark on the outside, 3 consecutive fourth-place finishes.
Yeah, new dimension last time off the pace, and I think Junior's going to do the same thing today.
Had some trouble, though, last time out. He is 5 for 9 at Belmont. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us. And those just joining us on MSG Plus, thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, the go-to site covering the sport and lifestyle. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We have the late pick 3 here coming up, Turf Sprint. Then we get into the 7th race where Jason Service has a doubly tough hand with Chateau and Happy Farm.
Yeah, and he's already won 2 races on the card. If you just joined us, he's looking for the 3rd today. He's got a horse named Cat's a Cab in here. It's a big long shot at 23-1. But if he was able to pull that off, him and Mr. Michael Dubb would pull off 3 straight in a row, and then he'd have another chance to win another one in race number 7. So 4 for Jason Service and Mr. Dubb. They have Chateau in the next race too. So looking for a giant day.
All right, our track conditions are brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray at Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. Main track fast, turf course firm. For our Thursday action, as we have the final 3 on the card here coming up. In our late pick 5, it started off extremely formful. As you mentioned, it's been Michael Dubb and Jason Service, Irad Ortiz Jr. in the winner's circle in each of the last 2 races, races 4 and 5. So 6, 7, and 8 coming up. And that 7th will be on the main track, 6th and 8th on the turf, both 6 furlong sprints. As we take a look at the odds for this race, great betting race coming up for those just joining us. We've been talking about it a little bit, but 7-2 is your favorite with Bourbon Mission. You surprised to see him as your favorite on the board?
Yeah, a little bit, because when you look at the race, you look at your Banana Thief and you look at Shiraz and you say, okay, they got the best numbers, but Bourbon Mission is 2 for 7. Electronic is 2 for 7. So you're looking at the horses that have had the least chances. When you look at Shiraz, 2 for 28, a lot of public will look, okay, the 4's got more upside than maybe the 1 or the 3 in here. So a little surprised, but not. My worry is the horse ran a bang-up race last time, and it was the best race of his career by far. Is he going to be able to come right back and repeat that?
Lightly race on the turf, improving 3-year-old. We'll see. Maybe he's just really found a new home on the grass. As we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, guys, I don't get number 4 in here, Bourbon Mission, as your favorite, but around here, the money's usually right, though, as we'll check in with the horse who kind of was my pick on paper, and that's number 9, Discretionary Mark, because I do think he ran better than his last race would suggest on paper. A horse who's typically towards the front end. He got checked at the 5/16 pole and still made a rally for a horse who doesn't typically like to do that. And I thought last time he looked fantastic in the flesh and in the paddock. This time, he got really hot and washy, which isn't necessarily out of character, but the fact of the matter is the last couple times I've seen him, it's been a lot warmer than what it is today, and he hasn't gotten that hot. So we do have a late scratch coming in here. So number 5, Royal Asset, is a late scratch and will not run here in race number 6. So Royal Asset is out. As I was saying, Discretionary Mark, he got pretty hot and washy in the paddock this time around. He's a high-strung individual. I'm not saying it's totally negative. It's just that I haven't seen it with him in his last 2 efforts. As we'll also take a look at number 3, Banana Thief. I got a lot of love for Banana Thief, the 7-year-old in here. He got lucky, I think, a little bit last time, and the pace did come apart for him. But physically, he looks like this Trojan horse now as a 7-year-old. He's got this big, crusty neck. He's really solid, and he's really confident heading into his races, more so this year than what I've ever seen from him. So I'm going to default to Banana Thief. I'm going to jump off a Discretionary Mark, probably get him in the winner's circle, and because I'm loving the 6-1 price on Banana Thief, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. So again, late scratch. 5 Royal Asset comes out. And I mean, if you like anyone in this race, you're getting a good price. Bourbon Mission, I guess, with the 4, who's your favorite still, and that comes down to 3-1 now. I guess it's the fact that, look, you have a lot of these horses we've talked about, Shiraz, Banana Thief, Mo Maverick. They had a lot of opportunities, not a lot of wins. Bourbon Mission, relatively lightly raced on this surface, and that race last time out is, at least from a buyer speed figure standpoint, as good or better than most.
You're right. It is. It's probably the best one on the screen, or at least on the paper. You can argue. So I'm not arguing at all with people that like the 4. There's the 9. That's a horse I like a little bit. I just think that the outside post will help Discretionary Mark. The speed of the speed could be Mo Maverick, although Discretionary Mark got away with an easy lead here when the other speed got left, when Banana Thief almost ran him down. But I think he might be better from a tiny bit off the pace. I like that he likes outside slots. If you look at his races, there's better races from the outside. So I'd take a flyer on him. And then when you look at the 7 at 27-1, can you get to that horse at all? Catch a Cab. It's Jason Service and Michael Dubb cutting back in distance at 27-1. I don't think I've seen Jason Service at 27-1 this meet. Have you?
It's not something you usually see. Yeah, I don't understand that. It's incredible.
Horse has got some races to go to that you can maybe definitely get to. That 1-7 furlong race beating LNZ, an outrageous bet a long time ago under the Mark Cassidy care, and it doesn't look awful.
I don't think anyone in this race should be that big a number.
No.
Well, favorite back to Shiraz, and that is a dicey proposition as a favorite, as we talked about his record on several occasions. I have loved this horse. He always is in the mix, but very rarely does he get there. We'll see what happens today. Send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing. Here's Larry Colmus with the late pick 3.
They're all in line. They're off. Mo Maverick in Fast Getaway. Discretionary Mark away running in 3rd on the far outside. Then Shiraz along the rail, followed by Catch a Cab. In behind them, Electronic, Banana Thief, and Bourbon Mission. Mo Maverick makes the front as they head up the backstretch, on top by 3/4 of a length to Shiraz, and Discretionary Mark. Fast Getaway tracks them in 4th. Catch a Cab is 5th on the outside. Then Electronic 6th along the rail, 5 lengths from the front, right alongside of Banana Thief, as Bourbon Mission trails through a 22.6 quarter. They make their way around the far turn. Mo Maverick by a length to Discretionary Mark. Then Shiraz, Catch a Cab. Fast Getaway between those two. Banana Thief 6th on the outside of a held-up Electronic, who's down toward the rail. Making their way toward the top of the stretch. Mo Maverick turning for home with the lead. Discretionary Mark on the outside is 2nd. Then Catch a Cab in the middle. Shiraz on the inside. Fast Getaway and Banana Thief on the far outside. It is Mo Maverick and Discretionary Mark. These two 1-2 coming down to the final 16th. On the inside, Mo Maverick. Discretionary Mark on the outside. Down to the line. Mo Maverick's going to do it over Discretionary Mark. Heads were up and down for 3rd between Fast Getaway and Banana Thief.
Well, we thought if this horse got to the front, he's going to be really tough to run down, cutting back in distance. And Kendrick Carmouche got him out there for trainer David Canizzo and Ivory Sisters Racing.
Yeah, masterful ride here by Kendrick. He knew what he had, right? Because Discretionary Mark is a horse that he rides. And Discretionary Mark is a horse that sometimes will hang a little bit. I thought Junior Alvarado did a great job. He made this into a 2-horse race. He let the 8 Mo Maverick go about 23 and change for that second corner and said, let's go. Let's make this into a 2-horse race. And then the 8 just outfinished the 9. You can see the 6 is trying to make up some ground here at 17-1. Even Catch a Cab for a little while. The 3 is trying to make a little bit Banana Thief, but they were just not making up any ground. They sort of ran around, and I don't think anybody passed anybody in here, Greg. I think this is 8-9-6, if I'm not mistaken. This is a nice little trifecta if you have this. I don't think the 3 or the 1 went by, and it just shows you. Shiraz 2 for 28. Banana Thief, we talk about him. It's just those kind of horses, sometimes they're sucker horses. And right here, it looks like Discretionary Mark's going to go by, but nah. Though coming out of those route races, good job, good placing by David Canizzo to to get the 8 to go gate to wire here. I want to see for third real quick. I want to say the 6 held on, and it's going to spice up this try.
All right, we'll make it official as soon as they do here. 9-1 on Mo Maverick.
Make you a little happier for your pick 5 players.
Finally get, something in the way of a price. So we thought it would have been, there it is, fast getaway, 17-1, 8-9-6-3. But this looked to be the most wide open race of the day.
It really did, and you got your price. I know it was 3-5 and 3-5 to start the late pick 5, but hopefully you played the late pick 3, and you're able to start with a $20 winner.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Mo Maverick, Kendrick Carmouche, David Canizo, 6th career win on the grass for the 5-year-old son of Uncle Mo. Prices will set up the 7th when we come back.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing, 1, 2. The Star Guitar Philly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing, 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
I'm a firm believer you don't put the saddle on the pedigree. I bought him strictly because of his physique, his conformation. And then when you looked at the pedigree, it was the perfect blend. Run Happy was an incredible, incredible racehorse, being supported by Airdrie Stud, who raises an incredible animal. To breed one of their best mares to him speaks volumes. It ended up producing an incredible result in this horse, and we just hope he runs to his looks and his pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the races as the 6th race is in the books and a nice 9-1 winner with Mo Maverick as he cut back in distance from the mile, back in with the New York Breds as well. Here with his pilot, Kendrick Carmouche. And Kendrick, I know you had a little bit of a say in this decision to cut this horse back.
Yeah, I rode him last time, and, you know, he run almost 6.5 all out on the grass going long, and me and Canizo had a talk, and I just thought it would be the right thing for the horse. And, you know, back with his friends, that really did help too. And, you know, to see he came back on the cutback and run 108, that's beautiful. We win, we get the money. We both was a team effort.
With a horse like this, you just don't get in their way. You just kind of let them break and put your hands down. Is that kind of the game plan?
Yeah, I mean, a horse like that, they used to running on the lead. You try not to go too fast or too slow because you don't want them to keep up with you. And, you know, he ran his race. I mean, he fought all the way to the wire, you know, and he just felt the other horse. Every time he felt the other horse, he gave me more, and that's most important. The horse is happy. He loves what he's doing. He fights back.
That's true. He was claimed today, but Kendra, a couple Saturdays ago, you cooked some gumbo to benefit the TRF Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. I gotta say, you impressed me.
You know, it's all what Mama teach you. You know, over the years when you're growing up and you're watching Mama do stuff in the kitchen and you really don't know what she's doing, but you're paying attention. Now that's all I gotta do is pick up the phone and be like, Mom, did you do this? Yes, just do that. You're gonna be okay. She was like, wow, you really was paying attention. I said, that's the only way you learn.
That's true. She was up with your dad up at Saratoga. They usually don't get to the north that much from Louisiana.
Well, that's a every year visit now. I put it in the books for them, and they can come every year because most important, you know, you go over the years growing up in southern living, and now you see what's different up north, and it's good for your parents to see something like that. I don't know if it puts a smile on them, but I think it makes them live a little bit longer to make sure they come to vacation even more, you know, and That's what I want. Just put a smile on their face. They put a lot of smiles on my face throughout the year, so I owe them that much.
You're so right about that. They thoroughly enjoyed themselves. It was fun to watch them, especially you getting a big win aboard Mamanu, who we'll see back here this Saturday.
Yes, be on Saturday. She's been working good. Mr. Tony been preparing her for this race, and everything going forward so far for Saturday. We go from there.
Kendrick, great to catch up with you. Congrats here.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dave Canizzo listening to his pilot, Kendrick Carmouche, guys, with Mo Maverick. He was right. 6 furlongs all day long.
I love his attitude. I love his positivity. He's so good for the game, and I love that he had that big win in the Caress on Mamanu.
No, I love it. And you know what I love? Look, he's grabbing Gracie. He's grabbing Tom and Maggie's daughter. And Gracie's loving it, too. The thing I love about Kendrick is he talks about his family and stuff like that. It's so important. It's something that I always loved when I was out on the baseball field, to be able to have them to come out here, to watch him ride, to win races, have his family come up to Saratoga. And you're right, man. He just has the right attitude, the most positive attitude in that jock room. It's so infectious. Mo Maverick, congratulations. Team effort here, like he was saying. Kendrick Carmouche, Ivory Sisters Racing. Uncle Moa, that Lemon Drop Kid mare, Lemon Splendor. Here's your pick 5 follow along. Finally got a price after end play and Miss Imperial. We got the 2 Jason Services out of the way. We got Mo Maverick at 9-1. And a great job by Kendrick Carmouche.
Now you got a double dose of Jason Service coming up with Chateau and Happy Farm, and they look tough in this spot. 6.5 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming field. Happy Farm 4-5, coming off back-to-back wins, including a 7+ length score right here at Belmont.
It's very interesting that Jason Service has 2 horses in here with the same kind of running style. Happy Farm very, very fast, and so is Chateau. So does it set up for Fuel the Barn? I doubt both Jason Service's horses go after each other, but I think they're so naturally fast, there will be pace.
Yeah, Fuel the Burn's going to look looks awfully tough, too, for Danny Gargan coming off back-to-back seconds. It looks like one of those 3 is going to take here this 7th race. Yesterday at Keeneland, we might have seen our favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
Yeah.
In the Jessamine.
I mean, she was dominant. Sweet Melania went into the race, and you know what she reminded me a tiny bit of is when she hit the top of the lane, a little bit of Got Stormy, and like she wasn't even really asked till right now, and you could see, wow, the acceleration of her just absolutely exploding here. And just don't see this happen, especially at Keeneland. I know these are 2-year-olds, but you don't see these horses blitzing other horses like this, and just the way she ran. Your concern is it too quick of a turnaround? But man, Jose Ortiz, when he gave her head, she was just ready to go. I mean, it was like she was just sitting there like in a canter till the top of the lane. Greg, it was so impressive.
2nd fastest time in the history of the Jessamine. 4th win in that race for trainer Todd Pletcher. Just devastating. She wins by 5+ lengths, and Todd Pletcher, #1 all time at Keeneland with 55 stakes victories.
Congratulations.
Meanwhile, at Keeneland this weekend, QE2 Cup, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup coming up, in the rematch of Varenka and Regal Glory in that Lake Placid, that dead heat. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is the one where Regal Glory's the 5, Varenka's the 1. And it was so dark out. I wish we had the photo out. It's so dark out, you can't even see the line. Greg's still upset about that. He still doesn't know what's going on. Here it is. Oh, yeah, okay.
Sort of a dead heat.
Can I bring out my treasure map for a couple days ago for that dead heat?
Yeah, that's a little gift there, I think, for Graham Motion and company with Varenka. Regal Glory, Varenka, they're going to line up right next to each other in this. They're 6-1 each on the Morning Line Canberra Park.
Yeah.
Overwhelming 8-5 Morning Line favorite coming off that Del Mar Oaks win for Chad Brown.
2 Chad Browns, right? Cafe Americano as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're going to have to beat Chad, but yeah, that was a great day at Saratoga. What a great photo.
You are taking off. We're going to see you tomorrow?
Oh, of course. I'm here every day, man. It's a fixture. I'm surprised they haven't put a statue on me on the 3rd floor, considering they took everything out of the 3rd floor because they're reconstructing everything because the New York Islanders are coming here. I'm the only one here on the 3rd floor. So listen, if you want to bring your glove and your ball and you want to throw a bullpen, I'm here to catch a bullpen. You want to go to the batting cages? We can create some batting cages here on the 3rd floor. Just contact me on Twitter any kind of time. We have an umpire here in Greg Wolf. He can call the balls and strikes for you. We'll call him Joe West, and we're good to go. We can even have Acacia Courtney, give out some selections or handle the money. We have a lot of different stuff we can here do on the 3rd floor. We can book some bets. A lot of stuff could happen here at Belmont.
You know, we've decided we're going to give you some time off. I think you need it.
Okay.
After that rant, you just go home, you stay there until we call you.
You know, there's so many people out there like, I want to come right now and throw a bullpen. By the way, I always carry my catcher's mitt in my trunk.
Do you really?
Yeah, you never know when there's a game going to break out. You never know. Listen, the Mets might call. You never know. Just out there.
Might need someone. By the way, the reason we're wearing these things, they match Paulie's beard. The little fuzzies on our mic.
Gosh. My cat
blends in.
Look
at it, it's perfect.
Well, here's the deal. I was on my way here, and I'm like, wow, I forgot my mic. So I went back, got my cat Tigger, boom.
No animals were harmed in making these,
yeah, please. And we don't need those people on my Twitter line.
Acacia Courtney stepping in for Paulie next. I don't know if she brought her glove, but we're going to play some ball tomorrow.
She might have brought her glove. She's got good hands.
We'll be back. More coming up. We'll have the life of an outrider. How long's he been staring at us for to get this shot in? I hope he's not live. It is a dangerous job. Oh. We'll be back with that story next.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. He traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. Now his progeny are hitting the track. His first winners include Saratoga standout Vast, with juveniles selling for over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cast Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine. Champions will be crowned. And when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
I'm Miguel Gutierrez. And I am an outrider. Well, that pony, he's been with me 10 years. I get it from Mr. Pletcher. It's an ex-race horse. And I make him a pony, and he's been with me ever since. He's quiet when he needs to be quiet and fast when we need to be fast. As an outrider, is safety in capital letters. Safety all the time, like in case we got a loose horse, we have to get the loose horse before he ran into some other horse or some to the rail. If we have a rider down in the morning, like the morning we have to call the ambulance. Sometimes it's not easy to catch a loose horse. I mean, the animals, we have 6 outriders. We split all around the track. So we try to do the best we can to save the horse. We have 3 outriders in the afternoon. One has to be in front of the field, and the other one has to be in the back of the field. We out there to help the jockeys to pull up the horses, or to call the stewards in case one of the jockeys wants to claim foul. That was the moment of my life, you know, because everybody, I believe trainers, owners, grooms, everybody is, you know, waiting for that moment. Usually we bring the horse to the winner's circle, and I take the horse all the way to the 8th pole, to the end of grandstand. That way everybody see the horse. I take the chance to go all the way to the 8th pole, and everybody, and that was crazy. I've been working for New York Racing Association 30 years. It's awesome. It's very exciting.
That is Miguel Gutierrez, and we're told former exercise rider for Bernardini as well. These outriders are accomplished horsemen, and you have to be for what they do.
They absolutely do, and they are essential to a safe and functioning racetrack. They are the heroes when we see, like you said, a loose horse or maybe a rider in trouble, but they're there every single day, every single race, making sure that things run smoothly. And like I said, really just an essential piece of the racetrack, and so much more to them as well.
Well, we got 12 minutes of post here coming up in the 7th. Acacia Courtney joining me on set. You've been all over the place today. You've done every triple threat, Acacia Courtney.
I haven't. Started out hosting, a couple of races reporting, now back in the analyst spot. So it's been fun. But according to Paul, I was busy doing some other things, and we're having some exciting games coming on up here as well. But looking forward to it. It's always fun here at Belmont Park, and a little bit breezier up here, but it's a nice group as well on track this afternoon.
All right, well, we got a 4-horse field coming up, including 2 for Jason Service. You're looking at one of them here, the 4-5 favorite, Happy Farm. Let's check in downstairs with Maggie Wolfendale.
As we just got the riders up call here in the paddock, back to the package on Miguel Gutierrez, our outrider here. Well, his pony featured in that piece, yes, is out here working today, and just a really cool customer. Always love seeing him do his thing out on the racetrack, as we do have a 4-horse field here. But as far as the outside 3 are concerned, very competitive. And if I was just going off of what I see here in the paddock, I didn't have the PPs in front of me, it would be all about number 2, Fuel the Burn, for trainer Danny Gargan. And we're dealing too with 2 very high percentage-wise trainers in Danny Gargan and Jason Service. But Fuel the Burn, I also feel like he might be the class of the 3, because the other 2, who we'll get to one of them, have had somewhat cheaper, meager beginnings, and Jason Service has really just brought them to their highest level. But Fuel the Burn looks fantastic. He's dappled head to toe, and throughout the years, he's just become so much more mentally mature and handles his racing quite well. So I think he's very interesting, as he was a little bit against the track last time, too, here at Belmont. Now, number 4, Chateau, is the one of the Jason Service horses I prefer. He looks very quick. He's a little bit one-sided, and that's the only way he does tend to win races, is on the front end, as he'll have his stablemate tracking him to the outside. But he looks great in his coat. Granted, I never really like Happy Farm physically, and then he gets out on the track and he performs quite well and moves quite well out there. But I do like Chateau here of the 2 Jason Service trainees, and you're getting the better price. Greg?
All right, so yeah, Chateau 5-2. Happy Farm for Jason Service, the 4-5 favorite. It's, I mean, for Chateau last time out, there was a 22-1 long shot. He just kind of let go out in front and then just completely took over from that race. But there's a horse who gave him quite a scare late in that race.
It's true. That was what I was going to say about Chateau, and that's the thing about him. I mean, yes, he won, but he went from having a 6-length lead to winning by a neck, and he was, you know, dueling up front a little bit. He pulled away, and what was happening is that you see him start to kind of get out a little bit. He starts getting a bit leg weary, drifting a little bit distracted perhaps, and the horse to his inside put the glass down, almost nabbed him late. So given the fact that, yes, he's fast, a couple concerns about him.
Here's our post-parade. See this quick. Joey Martinez aboard 9-1.
Bit of a long shot in here in this compact field, but he does have some natural speed here in New York.
Danny Gargan sends out the 5-year-old son of Bernardini, Fuel the Burn, Luis Saez.
And as Maggie mentioned, he might have perhaps a little bit of the class edge, a little bit of the races on the go-back, both on the turf and on the main track, coming off 2 second-place finishes.
Here is Chateau. 2 back, he just missed against a horse named Imano Kaladoud, who would be last and next to last in his next 2 starts.
He has won 4 out of his 6 starts since being claimed by Jason Service, most recently just winning a neck last time out at Saratoga.
And Happy Farm still favored to the outside. He's 3 for 5 at Belmont.
And looking to make it 3 in a row. He won setting the pace last time out, but 2 starts back was able to rate a little bit. So we'll see if that's the tactic gameplay with his stablemate today.
All right, so compact field, but 3 of the 4 in here look like they have a legitimate shot to win this race. As we take a look at our jockey standings, Manny Franco already on the board this afternoon with a win. He's got 31, leading the way over Jose Lezcano, who won the last meet we were here at Belmont in the spring.
And Manny Franco, what a meet he's had. And I remember being here a couple weeks ago with a 5-win day for him here at Belmont Park. Just certainly been in a groove. And that's what you say about horses. It's the same for riders, too. They get their confidence up and continue that good momentum on.
Meanwhile, Chad Brown, surprise, surprise, leading the way. Jason Service, though, having a great meet. Second right now with a couple of wins already this afternoon, ahead of Todd Pletcher.
And both he and Danny Gargan batting at very high percentages, and we've got both of them in this field and here. And sometimes it may not just be about the quantity of the wins, but the percentage. I mean, this is a numbers game for sure. You're going to lose more than you win in horse racing, but when you're batting at something like 35%, definitely noteworthy.
All right, so there's the Gargan, or I should say the Jason Service duo in here you got to deal with, and the one who looks likely, if it's not one of those 2 to win, is Fuel to Burn. Danny Gargan faced Bill DeSuit last time out. He's won 4 of his last 6, and that's a horse who actually put up a 101 Bayard Aqueduct off a 15-month layoff earlier this year. I Love Lulu was in that race as well. 9 to 5 on the board right now.
And in this race, he had the heavy favored entry coming to the outside, Bill DeSuit. He had the 1A closing. It was 3 to 5, I think, or something like that in that race. But all in all, I thought Fuel the Burn ran very solidly. Looking at the last couple of races, similar. Co-Flew went right back into graded stakes company for Dale Romans after that win at Saratoga. And then, again, good company last time out, putting I Love Lulu away pretty handily. He's got a good tactical running style. I can't imagine that they're going to try to send too much, because when you have these compact fields, it seems like everybody either gets all bunched up and you're not able to work out a trip. So it's really, I think, just about being patient. And this, in a compact field like this, I think it's where the most fit horse, the best horse, is really going to stand out, because sometimes you just don't have the opportunity to get that trip.
Well, in terms of who the big 3 have been facing in this race, not even close. Fuel the Burn, the 2, has been facing much, much better company. I mean, I Love Lulu, who was 3rd in there, is graded stakes place. Identity Politics, grade 1 place, was 4th in that race. So 9 to 5 right now on Fuel to Burn. And what do the 2 Jason Service horses doing here? Because they both are quick. You would not think they're going to try and duel each other into submission.
I wouldn't think so. And last time out, Happy Farm, you just look on paper and you say, well, they both did kind of the same thing where they ran away from the field. But visually, that wasn't the case. Happy Farm was just never asked. I don't think Jose Lezcano even ever really moved his hands on him last time out. It was a walk in the park, whereas Chateau really just kind of ran away from the rest of the field and almost got caught. He is a run one type of horse. I think Happy Farm perhaps has a little bit more of the versatility, and that's probably why he's the favorite.
Yeah, it seems like, and now, wow, 7 to 2 on Chateau. He seems like the true need the lead type.
And that's definitely a tricky thing with a race like this. And like I said, I can't imagine that his stablemate certainly will go with him. The long shot See This Quick to the inside has shown some speed. In the past, he was not able to keep up with Happy Farm even a little bit last time out. And I know that he was off the layoff, but I think that it's going to be Chateau on the lead, probably with his stablemate sitting right off of him. But as far as Chateau does go, I think one thing is important to note, and that's that he seems to have really found his groove. He likes to sprint. He likes to be on the main track. Certainly did not appeared to care for Parks, where he stumbled at the start is there as well and was forced to rush up, so he was taken out of his running style. That aside, he's done nothing but run good races since being claimed by the service barn. And it's hard to claim off Todd Pletcher.
It is. But this barn seems to move him up whoever he takes him off of. Jason Service, and I don't know, with Happy Farm, his other horse who's at 6-5, you're getting a horse who you know loves Belmont. He's the horse for course. Doesn't have to be out in front, but he can be close too if he needs to be. Here's the one horse that we haven't talked about, and he would seem like everything has to fall apart in this race for See This Quick to get the job done at 11:01 right now.
Yeah, he's the outsider in here, and you know, certainly it's a 4-horse field, and the other 3 do seem to certainly stand apart, and he's only 12-1 right now because there are just 4 horses in here. That said, he's had some solid races against some okay competition as well. He did finish a well-beaten 3rd, but 3rd nonetheless last time out at Belmont off a layoff behind Happy Farm.
You mentioned it earlier, though, and it seems to happen so many times. These small fields, they do get bunched up. You can, for some reason, have more traffic trouble in these small fields than you would have in much larger fields.
I think so, too, and that's one of the toughest things about handicapping a race like this is that they're either all strung out in a row, which really could be the case, or they're all bunched up together and nobody's really moving. That makes it hard to get momentum to close the outside or up the inside, whatever it is that you want to do. Horses, we talk about it all the time, run to open space, and in a situation like that, you really don't have any open space for them to run to or any opportunity to maneuver.
Even money on Happy Farm. Let's check in again with Maggie.
I'm just taking a look at the 2 Jason Service trainees in here. You know, looking at Chateau, I do agree. He was with the track in his last start, where he was dueling with an early pace setter who faded around the turn towards the outside, and that was a day you did not want to be down on the rail. In fact, we saw the 4th place finisher, Fortune's Fool, who was down on the rail for the majority of the race for Jimmy Toner, come back and win quite impressively an allowance race here a couple weeks back at Belmont. So I think Chateau was with the track that day, but he looks good out there, and like I said, number 5, Happy Farm, is a horse that, you know, he just never looks that great in his coat overall to me, but he does move well. He warmed up quite nicely as he did last time, and he has put on weight throughout his time in the Jason Service barn. Always things I'd like to see. I just question the overall quality of the field that he faced in his last start. Granted, he destroyed them, so 7 3/4 lengths. He put a lot of real estate in between he and the 2nd place finisher. It's just, I think he does face some more formidable foes in Chateau and Fuel the Burn, who I just really like the appearance of here, guys, so I'm going to go with Fuel the Burn.
Yeah, I mean, Fuel the Burn, he's faced better. I mean, he drilled Missile Bomb, and Missile Bomb actually beat Happy Farm, who's even money right now. I think it's a disparity in the odds right here. But it's Jason Service. He's always going to take money, and he is right now.
And especially when he has 2 in a 4-horse field, so that makes sense for sure. But, I mean, Maggie brings up some great points about Fuel the Burn, and talking about the overall potential pace setup, Fuel the Burn could be sitting in that perfect stalking position if Happy Farm is forward, or they try to take back a little bit too much, even to overcompensate. You always say that's why we don't run the races on paper. You never actually know what's going to happen. And Luis Saez has ridden this horse to victory before. I think that the 6.5 furlongs is the perfect fit for him here at Belmont, even though he hasn't actually won at Belmont.
There's the man we heard from in our piece there about the outrider, Miguel Gutierrez. We know who he's rooting for. He used to ride Bernardini in the mornings and Fuel the Burn, son of Bernardini. That's
Yeah.
the 2. Got to say, he's probably going with that one here.
That's a nice little tie-in for him for sure. On Yes, 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 who's he's always fun to see out on the racetrack too. I'm sorry, that's not him actually. That's Israel.
Okay, that's all right.
Miguel's out there somewhere though.
So there's Fuel the Burn, 8-5. About to step in, Luis Saez should be very closely bunched up. The 2, the 4, and the 5 in here. And we'll see if Chateau, the 4, gets loose at 3-1. There he is. He could be the speed of the group. I would not expect Happy Farm or Fuel the Burn to be that far behind. Here we go. Let's send it upstairs for the call of the 7th to the voice of New York Racing. Here's Larry Colmus.
They're all in line. They're off. Fuel the Burn, Chateau, and Happy Farm all go out to the front together. Clear from See This Quick, who is a step slow to start, and this long shot will trail the field. So up the backstretch, and now it is Fuel the Burn, a half length on top, with Chateau pressing the pace, and Happy Farm's going to let those 2 go at it early and sit 4 lengths off of them, running in third as they enter the far turn. It's another 4.5 back to See This Quick. 22.09, a contested opening quarter mile here. Inside the half-mile pole, Fuel the Burn on the inside. Sidling up alongside is Chateau, and now they're on even terms. And it's 3.5 more back to Happy Farm, still being rated along by Arad Ortiz from third. See This Quick as the trailer as Chateau takes over the lead from Fuel the Burn coming to the top of the stretch. And here comes Happy Farm now, who's going to come out there 3 wide after a 44.4 half. They're into the stretch. It is Chateau and stablemate Happy Farm pulling away from Fuel the Burn and See This Quick. Chateau on the inside. Happy Farm moves up alongside, moves right on by, and starts pulling away as See This Quick is finishing fast and has a shot for second. Coming down to the wire, it's going to be Happy Farm to do it. See This Quick ran strong late and was second best over Chateau and then Fuel the Burn.
Happy Farm, best of the bunch. The horse for course, make it 4 for 6 here at Belmont, and long shot. See This Quick at 19-1 completes the exacta.
I gotta say, See This Quick ran great too. He was way behind the rest of the field, not even in the screen at this point, and managed to run up to second. Meanwhile, Happy Farm got an absolutely perfect setup as surprisingly Fuel the Burn sent with Chateau right off his flank, setting it up perfectly for Happy Farm, who was sitting in that nice stalking position under Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, that was disappointing from Fuel the Burn.
Yeah.
He usually shows up. Did not today. And in the end, Happy Farm overtakes his stablemate. Chateau puts him away, and then can he hold off the big long shot? No problem. He does, wrapped up late. So Happy Farm, 7 wins now from 18 career starts. He loves it at Belmont. 4 for 6 lifetime once again. In the end, bet down to 3-5 as we check in again with Maggie.
Now, I did like number 2, Fuel the Burn, but check out the start here. I don't really know why the plan was to send this horse, because he, as Acacia mentioned, looked to have the perfect kind of setup. Look how unhappy he is. He is so unhappy being hustled like that. I've never seen this horse's disposition, ears flat back, kind of extending his neck as to asking the rider, why am I being hustled like this? Why am I being hustled like this? He just looked so unhappy to be ridden that way. So I don't know. It wasn't his day. Happy Farm, he is what he is. He's in raging form right now. But you could just tell Fuel the Burn was not happy about being sent like this.
And, well, it showed late. He had nothing left in the tank as he winds up last in this group. So back to the drawing board, yeah, with the connections here for Danny Gargan and Luis Saez.
And that's a big thing, too. When horses are taken out of their comfort zone, that's why we always say, oh, horse stumbled at the start, you know, put a line through that race or something like that. You put a line through this race with Fuel the Burn because he's completely out of his comfort zone. It's not his norm. Sometimes trying different things works with horses. Clearly, that was not the case in here, where he perhaps likes to be covered up, likes to be in a stalking spot, and he didn't get that today. So I don't think that this is a race you can really put much credit into moving forward as far as Fuel the Burn's form.
Meanwhile, what a big day for that young man. Irad Ortiz Jr., give him 3 on the afternoon. He's rolling.
Yeah, he certainly is. And like he told me earlier, you got to love it. You can tell he does.
Irad Ortiz Jr., Jason Service, M&A Racing, the son of Ghost Sapper. 7 wins now from 18 career starts. Prices when we come back, and we'll set up the nightcap for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Whether you have Derby dreams or midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
What I like best about Run Happy Desire, he showed so much brilliance to win the grade ones that he won, different racetracks, and he was competing against the best horses that made it look easy. When I first heard about the bonus, I thought it was good for everybody, buyer or seller, gets everybody on the same page, that there's a lot of enthusiasm with the horse already, and I think that just helps add to it. I think these Run Happies, the public already wants to like them. That's a great thing, and I think that's a little icing on the cake for the whole deal.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and a big day here for a Thursday for Irad Ortiz as he picks up his 3rd win aboard another Jason Service trainee, this time around Happy Farm. As Irad, you said you were kind of surprised at the dynamics of this race and how it's set up.
Yes, because I thought Chateau gonna go to the lead, but when I see Full de Burn, very good too, and he go out there, put some pace. I say better for me, so I can ride a little more relaxed. I put my horse in behind them, so try to relax him. I rode him before off the pace, and he responded really well. So I say 6.5. It's gonna be hard to do with that kind of pace in front of me. So let me wait and ride it with patience. And when I asked him to run, he responded really well. Everything worked out good for me today.
I should say he's in raging form right now. As you are also aboard one of your very nice horses that you have for the Chad Brown Barn, and a major contender, considerable for Horse of the Year in Bricks and Mortar. He's looking for his 6th grade 1 in a row this year, and you were aboard for his last work. Talk about that work for us.
He worked really good. He's not that kind of horse that he worked fast in the morning, but last week we impressed a little bit, even Chad Brown. When he come back to the barn, he said, man, he was really good today. I mean, he felt good, he's fresh. I mean, he's an amazing horse. I mean, probably the best horse I ever get on. I got a feeling for him. You know, those kind of horses that you love them, and I love all of them. To be honest, every time I win, or even I don't win, I come back and better the horses because I love the horses. But he's a special, and he was really good last week. I mean, we are waiting for Breeders' Cup Day, and hopefully he can do it again. It's probably the last race for him.
Do you like the mile for him?
I like the mile, kind of short, a little short. We got the 1.5 mile option too. Probably it's a little far, so we in between. Let's see what happens.
All right, Irad. Well, best of luck with him. Congratulations on a big day today.
Thank you.
All right, Irad Ortiz has the hot hand today. We'll see if he has a hot hand aboard Bricks and Mortar later this month, or into November, I should say. But he surely has had the hot hand with him all year round, Greg.
He has. Irad a chance still to win the nightcap as well, and a first-time starter, but that's a horse who is in line. I'd have to say your leading contender probably right now for Horse of the Year, but a horse, as you heard from Irad, kind of a tweener. 1.5 miles probably a little bit too far, maybe the mile too short, but it sounds like connections are leaning towards the Breeders' Cup Mile.
It's a tough situation to be in. I know there had even been some very slight conversations about potentially trying the dirt in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and certainly he's a turf horse, and he's had a phenomenal year coming back and starting it off with the Pegasus World Cup Turf, and Irad fits him like a glove, and looking forward to some big things. But tough position to be in with the in-between distances, so He's good. We'll see just how good he is.
I feel for those connections.
Oh, no, right?
Perfect year he's
How
put
horrible
together.
it should be.
If he can close it out, too, with a victory, he may be your horse of the year. So we'll wait and see. And first, they got to decide which race they're going to go into. As we look at the nightcap here, 6 furlongs on the turf, we'll close out our card with a New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. And Irad looking for number 4 on the card on the first-time starter on the outside, Pins and Needles.
And I like this horse actually in here for Kelsey Danner, and she does a good job. And we've seen her a bit more here in New York, and of course, Call Me Harry, 2 for 2 at Saratoga this summer. I think that that's really where she first got some attention. First-time starter, one on the turf, and maybe this will be the right spot for one. You've got some fillies in here that just have a lot of questions, so maybe it's the place for a firster.
A lot of questions, and for someone like Abby Normal, a lot of chances too. This is going to be her 12th time that the 8 filly tries to break her maiden for David Donk.
It is, and it's tough when you have a horse like this. She's done really well picking up checks. We'll see if today's the day.
Weekend stake schedule, we're loaded. Coming up this weekend, Floral Park worth $100,000, Grade 2 Sands Point Sunday, the point of entry, and then the Knickerbocker on Monday. Hope you're with us all weekend long. Meanwhile, in the Floral Park this weekend, 6 furlongs on the turf, purse of $100,000. Something just flew over our head.
I'm not quite sure.
I don't want to even look up. I don't want to know what it was.
If it's a pigeon, I just hope it stays over there.
Fire Key 5-2 on the morning line in this spot, but Goldwood is your morning line favorite. Goldwood coming off 5 consecutive victories, most recently Laurel.
She has just been really sharp. And she's, in fact, one of 2 in here for Jorge Duarte Jr., who also has Misericordia, the number 2. But looking at this race at Laurel, she beat Fire Key, who's the 1 in here as well. And she was up close and just not enough late from Fire Key, who was the 11, also the outside post. And this is a long stretch at Laurel. People forget on both surfaces just how long a stretch it is to try to hold out at Laurel. And I thought that Goldwood certainly did just that. And she's been ultra sharp lately. We'll see if she could keep the momentum going.
Fire Key's going to get an extra half furlong, though, this weekend to try and run her down. We'll see if that makes a difference at all.
She's also had some races against a couple of others in here. She ran into Mamanu, who also had that early speed as well. This was at Saratoga in the Caress. Fire Key had a couple more races after that. I think Julian Pimentel really suits her, and I like to see him staying aboard, actually. He rode her well last time out at Laurel, and she will get a little bit extra distance today, going that 6 furlongs. She won at this distance here at Belmont back in as recently as April.
Shocker here. This was Mamanu with Kendrick Carmouche on the front end. We know he loves to go to the front here, almost 30-1 that day. You know, a big favorite in that race, had a real troubled trip. But Mamanu, what do you think? Could she back that up and give us that kind of performance again?
Well, she's going to have to. And that was the type of race that on paper you were just kind of like, where is the speed? What's going to happen in here? And I remember it was actually a fun day for me because I had finished up for the day. I did the early show in Saratoga Live, and I saw Mamanu in the paddock, and I actually put a couple bucks on her just for fun. And I was cheering Kendrick home. So we'll see if she can duel with Goldwood on the front end this time out.
Meanwhile, the Sands Point, Grade 2, purse of $200,000 for 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 over the inner turf coming up this weekend as you get a look here at the field. Romantic Pursuit for Kieran McLaughlin. It's actually going to be shortening up in distance.
Yeah, she is. She's coming out of a couple of races at 1 3/8, and so she's going to go back to the 1 1/8. She has only had 1 race at this distance. She finished 2nd. And looking at her race against Dinah Passer, they actually both ran very solidly. Romantic Pursuit got the lead. They were all kind of clumped up late as Dinah Passer actually ended up stuck in between horses in a little bit of a compromising position. But all in all, I thought Romantic Pursuit continued to be very brave and game. And when you have horses on either side of you, that can be very intimidating sometimes.
Multiple winners. She'll cut back in distance after trying to go gate to wire in the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. With no concrete rows now in the mix, this is a wide open division. And new and improved for Chad Brown. She won first time out at Saratoga. And she's had problems, though, out of the gate in each of her 2 starts.
Yeah, she has. In her debut race, she really just kind of hopped at the break, and then last time out, she hit the gate as well. She's had a tough time getting out, and this is her debut. You can see how green she is there in the familiar Klarovich Stables colors. On the outside, she has an explosive, very sharp turn of foot, but she's still very inexperienced and green. In order to face this bunch that's had a few more races on her, we'll see if she can take a step forward maturity-wise, as she just has been. She's been a little bit green in her first couple of starts.
She will get a new pilot. It's been Javier Castellano who's on board her the first couple starts of her career. Joel Rosario will hop on board coming up this weekend. So great stakes action here at Belmont Park all weekend long. Hope you join us for it. We're not done here with the Thursday card. However, we still have the nightcap coming up. We'll see if Irad Ortiz Jr. can make it 4 on the afternoon. That will be his mount, 4-year-old filly by Giants Causeway. First-time starter, Pins and Needles for Kelsey Danner. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Run Happy, you know, he's 16-2. He's a beautiful horse. There's stamina on top and bottom, and he's stamping his horses with that. I think they look big and fast, and like horses that'll go on and run a distance as well as short.
He was a fantastic racehorse, and if he passes on his ability as a racehorse, I think he's a slam dunk to be a great sire. Very athletic looking and beautiful bodied horse as well.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
We're gonna go traveling.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we are 12 minutes away from our nightcap coming up. Time for a paddock report with Maggie.
Thanks, Greg, and we'll check in with a horse who is going to be a short price. Actually, the 3 we'll look at will be very logical contenders, but Fusey, she'll try to become the second horse here on the card to turn back successfully from the route distance to the 6 furlongs here as she goes out for trainer Rob Atras. And look, I think the first time she tried a mile, she got lucky because it was the inner turf course up at Saratoga, and horses who have speed up there tend to do well on that course and at that distance. And then last time she was disappointing as a favorite, but I just don't think that's her gig. 6 furlongs is more her style, as she looks the most fit that I have ever seen her so far in her brief career. She's very lean, very defined. So I think Fusey is likely to be one of the winners here as she'll go out and turn back and check in with number 8, Abby Normal. Abby Normal's last race I thought was pretty good, as she was really the only horse to be doing any running late, making up any type of ground. She's had her chances, I know. She's 0 for 11. But again, here in the paddock, she looks fantastic. So we'll see. We'll give Abby Normal another shot here. And then a horse who has had no chances previously. It's number 11, Pins and Needles, a daughter of Giants Causeway, comes in here. She's well spotted first time out for this New York bred maiden 40. She looks like a turf horse. She looks like a sprinter too, despite being a Giant's Causeway. She's a little bit more compact. She does have a big hind end, big engine to her. It is a little bit of a sketchy proposition as she is a 4-year-old late in the year making her first start of her career. She looks pretty fit here overall. She could look just a little bit more tucked up. But the good thing is she's sharp, and you like to see that with these horses going the 6 furlongs first time out. She kind of bounces around on her toes, and she's been that way the entire time here in the paddock for Kelsey Danner, who has been pretty good with her turf sprinters. Greg?
All right, thanks, Maggie. Yeah, she definitely has. And I get another positive, too, is that, look, everyone else who's run, there's no one that's shown us they deserve to be an overwhelming favorite here by any stretch.
That's why I landed on the first-time starter, because sometimes you have a race that just really seems to be crying out for a firster. I mean, she's had the least amount of excuses because she hasn't been to the racetrack yet. She's on her toes. She is a bigger-bodied filly, as Maggie did mention, and so we'll see if she's sharp and ready to go for her debut, but she looks like she's moving nicely in the paddock, and again, she versus somebody like Abby Normal, who's already had 11 starts, less question marks, if you will.
Well, there is Abby Normal. So Eric Consell will be back on board today. He's been on board each of the last 3 starts. And I guess the good news is her last 2 have been 2 of the best starts of her career.
They certainly have. So she's moving in the right direction, and I respect that for sure. She finished second beaten 3 lengths last time out, 2 starts back, just a length and 3/4 on a good turf at Belmont as well. So she seems to have an affinity for this surface here and going the 6 furlongs. So if she runs like she did last time, she's definitely a player. But to be 2-1 and in a field like this with having so many chances already, it's a bit tough.
Yeah, maybe it's just an indictment really on the rest of this field. That's the fact that she's 2-1.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. Just because, like you said, her last 2 races have been her best. So if she continues to run like she does, she's a big player. Is anybody else going to take a step forward, I guess, is the other question.
Post parade coming up as we approach the 7-minute mark to post here. You can play along, bet with us all meet long, Breeders' Cup and beyond with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, play along. Bet $200, you'll get a $200 new member bonus in your account when you use that promo code LIVE at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. Uh-oh, I just heard you cough. Did I pass it on to you?
You know what? Every time Greg has coughed, I've kind of moved a little bit further away.
I apologize.
But we are in the same office. I don't know.
Here's bull feathers. You can definitely blame me. Bob Dunham sends this one out.
Turning back in distance. Last time out was her first race on turf, going a mile. We'll see if sprinting she'll fare a little bit better.
Fuzi, a major player in here, was 4th last time out at odds on against a horse who had been 0 for 15 coming in.
She was bet down 70 cents to the dollar on that day as well. She's turning back to sprinting too. That's where she started her career with Other Barns. We'll see if she can recapture some of that form, but she's going to have to be good today.
For some reason, we have had a lot of Get Stormies win on our show lately. This is another Get Stormy Vitanza for Jimmy Bond.
She's had some trouble getting out of the gate in some of her starts. Last time out as well, but she does come out of a key race with a couple of next out winners. Hopefully she can break a bit better.
Speed rider on a filly who showed speed last time out, although she packed it in late, Kathy's Cause.
And she did. She finished behind Abby Normal in a few of her starts recently. In fact, she's 0 for 12, but we know what the name of her game is.
La Rubia, 39-1. She was 84-1 first time out at this level.
And she just never really got involved in the race last time out. She broke from the inside post here at Belmont. They've kept her on the bench since June. We'll see what we get today.
5-year-old mare, still trying to break her maiden. She's become a professional maiden at this point. She's 0 for 25, Youth Gone Wild.
She does come out of a race that produced 3 next out winners. She has had a couple of races where she's hit the board, but a little bit hard to make in here.
You're
for
so
sure.
kind. Abby Normal, 5-2. Eric Cancel back aboard for David Donk.
She makes sense. She's had a lot of chances, as we've been saying, but maybe she's moving in the right direction. Her best races seem to have come here at Belmont, most recently a pair of second-place finishes.
Scat Daddy filly for Eddie Barker. Daddy's Never Ready, who is just making her 4th career start.
Moves from the barn of Mike Maker, where she didn't really do much running at this level back in the spring and summer here at Belmont. I have some reservations about her as
Yeah,
well.
she's been with a couple good
Yeah.
barns. George Weaver as well. And now your favorite, and they're just public saying, let's take the new face with a field that's not shown us a lot here. Here's Pins and Needles.
She is the new face. It could be refreshing. She's by Giants Causeway. She's from a barn that's had a couple of good turf sprinters, as Maggie mentioned, and she picks up Irad Ortiz, who's definitely been on fire today.
Looking for number 4 this afternoon here to close out the card. So that's your group here for our nightcap coming up as we get back to Fuzi in here. And, you know, Maggie was talking about maybe last time out, mile and a 16th was not what she wanted to do. You look the last time she sprinted, going 5.5 furlongs. She was putting in a big effort late in the race, coming from off the pace. So maybe back to sprinting. This is, you know, more of her game.
She did start sprinting, as you said. Her first 3 races were sprinting, and she was actually very popular at the claim box as well. Brad Cox had her, and then she moved to the barn of Rob Atras, who decided to stretch her out, and she showed more speed on the stretch out, certainly. And that did seem to suit her well at Saratoga, 2 back going the mile. They kind of seem to go back to the drawing board, not to mention a 6-furlong turf sprint at Belmont. She ran this distance at this track back in June with Brad Cox and finished 3rd that day, and coming from off of the pace. So maybe she's going to get a good trip in here a little bit better. She looks fit. She's moving well. I still have my reservations about her as well. The fact that she dropped so quickly after being you know, claimed and in her after her debut race, which was pretty good, just not really quite sure what to make of her. Is this really the right spot?
3-1 on the board. She's the second choice. Here's the 4. This is Kathy's Cause. She should be your pace setter in here. She's got Kendrick Carmouche aboard, and didn't work out last time. Why should today be any different?
I don't know if it's going to be as far as the win column goes, but one thing that I do think you need to do is use her underneath. She's 7-1. She's going to be a bit more of a price. She's been pretty good about finishing right there. Would have liked to see maybe a little bit more punch from her late in her last couple, but certainly talking about horses taken out of their comfort zones, you look at the races where she hasn't been on the lead or up close, and they're not nearly as strong as the ones where she has been forwardly placed.
Meanwhile, Vitanza, she is 12-1 the 3 filly in here for James Bond. Dylan Davis aboard, making her 5th career start, and she is yet to hit the board.
I think she's a little bit of a wild card in here, though. She's going to be a question for sure. She comes out of a good race last time out at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs. 2 next out winners, as we mentioned. The second place finisher, Winifred J, got a 72 Beyer speed figure next time out, but she just hasn't been able to get out of the gate sometimes, and that's her biggest Achilles heel. Hopefully she gets a little bit sharper today. Dylan Davis has been riding in good form this afternoon, and maybe after 4 starts, she's by Get Stormy, she'll have figured it out a little bit. She certainly meets the right kind of field that if she's going to run, it would be a day like today.
Well, we talked about the 4 showing speed last time out. We know Kendrick likes to go to the front. What about this horse here? This is Bull Feathers. We saw Kendrick on Mo Maverick. She cut back in distance, or he cut back in distance, I should say, was on the front end and was ultra tough, got the win in that race. What if this horse is anywhere near the front, cutting back in distance today, just the second time on turf?
We dismissed See This Quick in the last race with Joey Martinez up, and we might make the same mistake with Bull Feathers. I certainly think she's tough to take on paper, but it's also hard because her only race has been going a distance of ground. They added the Lasix last time out. Last 2 races were with blinkers. She ran special weight on the sloppy track 2 back. There's a lot to sift through in her form on paper here. So she has that speed. She kind of ran away from the field last time out. She has less ground to sustain that speed this afternoon.
I think she's a little interesting on the cutback. We'll see what happens here. Bullet 3 furlong drill coming in, drawn inside. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
As we'll take a look at your current favorite. That's number 11, Pins and Needles. Now, as I was saying, she is the daughter of Giants Causeway, which is fantastic. But on the bottom side, there's not much to talk about. We haven't really delved into her pedigree that much, although at this point as a 4-year-old, you know, it is what it is. As there's really been hardly any horses to make any starts in the immediate pedigree. So right there, that kind of explains why she's a 4-year-old making the first start of her career. It must be a tough family to keep sound and to overcome issues. Now, if you go back a generation, there is a horse, so making the dam half to Zyphonic, who was a very good 2-year-old, but on the dirt and at longer distances. So there's really not a parallel as far as the pedigree is concerned as to what these horses want to do. Like I said, she is sharp. She is well prepared. She knows what's going to happen here, I think, at least from what she's given me every indication of, as we did see the 7 getting a saddle adjustment possibly, or okay, saddle adjustment on the 7, Youth Gone Wild. But Pins and Needles, as I was saying, I just wonder about the overall fitness, guys. She just could look more tucked up relative to her competition, who obviously they've had a lot of starts. So you're kind of weighing your options. Do you want a less exposed horse that might not be fit? Or do you want one like Fusi or Abby Normal, who's had their chances, but you know they are race fit and ready?
It's a tough call to make here in this finale coming up. And, you know, we don't even see a turf drill from Pins and Needles. 5-2 on the board right now.
No, it's true. She has a pretty steady work pattern at Monmouth leading up to this debut race. And for being a 4-year-old filly, sometimes these $40,000 maiden claiming events on the turf can be very, very tough. And though there's some difficult form perhaps to sink your teeth into this, I think this is a pretty well-matched field all in all, and it's competitive as well. So it's not exactly the softest spot for a horse that maybe you have some questions about.
In the end, you're going to wind up where?
I'm going to take the firster in here. I agree with what Maggie said. Now, both siblings were 0 for 1, the ones that did race. One of them was a turf runner and ran okay in that race, so there haven't been wins in the immediate family. I'm just hoping that this one, that she meets the right kind of field for her debut and is just sharp enough to get the job done.
All right, Ortiz Jr. again looking for 4. Got that open space to the outside with a first-time starter. Not always a great thing to have that to deal with as well. We'll see what happens here. Let's send it upstairs. The nightcap. Let's go to Larry Colmus for the call.
Stepping forward and going in. They're all in line. They're off. Kathy's Cause. Abby Normal, Pins and Needles on the outside with early speed. Bull Feathers joins them from the rail. And then it's Fusi, followed by La Rubia and Vitanza. 4 lengths more back to Youth Gone Wild and Daddy's Never Ready. Up the backstretch they go, and now it's Bull Feathers getting away, opening up a 3-length lead on Kathy's Cause. Fusi is 3rd on the inside. Pins and Needles follows in 4th as they make their way for the far turn. 22.4 was that opening quarter mile. Vitanza is 5th and 6th from the front. And then it's Abby Normal on the outside of La Rubia, who rides the rail on that far turn. At the back, Daddy's Never Ready, alongside of Youth Gone Wild. They're a good 12 lengths behind. Bull Feathers, this 15-1 long shot who motors along, and Kathy's Cause is bearing down, cutting the gap now with each and every stride, and Kathy's Cause ranging up alongside of Bull Feathers after a 45.27 half. Pins and Needles trying to unwind from 3rd, then Vitanza to the outside, Fusi and Abby Normal down the center, gaining ground. Kathy's Cause to catch. Bull Feathers fights back on the inside. Bull Feathers is coming back on the rail. Kathy's Cause, Pins and Needles, Abby Normal. Bull Feathers came back to win over Kathy's Cause, and then it was Abby Normal and Pins and Needles.
Bull Feathers with the win. Second time on turf. It looked like she was done when Kendrick ranged up on Kathy's Cause, but she battles back from down on the inside.
She was incredibly game, and a smart move by Joey Martinez as well. He did exactly what you had talked about before the race, turning back in distance, using that speed. She had less real estate to cover than she did last time out on the turf, and that was all that she needed. Kathy's Cause was game, but just as she's done before, was not able to go by.
This was a game effort.
Very game. It looks like she was done at this point.
Done at this point, pass. It looks like she's going to pack it in, valiant effort, but no, she battles back, and she fights down on the inside here, and she outgames Kathy's Cause, who was making her 8th start on the turf, 13th start overall, and wins it 15-1. And a little surprising that Kendrick didn't put more pressure early on.
It was interesting. I didn't think they'd be so strung out like they were. Bull Feathers, there's Bob Dunham. with the binoculars, checking for sure. Did I get the photo? It looks like you did for sure. And 15 to 1, a nice price as well. But yeah, Joey Martinez pulled away from the field as he did last time. But again, it was a longer distance. And this time she showed much more tenacity than she ever has before as well. And Abby Normal got up for third on the outside. Another one picking up a check once again with these perpetual maidens, if you will. And it was an okay effort from the first, her pins and needles. She just didn't really have it in the stretch. And Irad Ortiz giving her a little bit of an easy time as they got down to the wire.
Group that hadn't shown a whole lot on the turf. Just the second start on turf for this one right here. Bull Feathers gets the job done. She battles back gamely at 15 to 1, over 8 to 1, over 3 to 1. Your first are winding up fourth in here. 1, 4, 8, 11. When we come back, we will talk Breeders' Cup. McKinsey, new pilot for Bob Baffert. We'll tell you all about that in a late. She's still planning on taking on the boys in the big one. We'll be back.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine, champions will be crowned, and when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the sales ring, his $2.4 million sale topper at Keeneland September was the highest price yearling sold in North America last year. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and it's Bull Feathers, Joey Martinez Jr., Bob Dunham at 15 to 1 to close out our card after we had early on, at least in terms of the late pick 5, very formful beginning. Let's head downstairs, 32.60 for the win to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, as Bob just said, Greg, you never bet enough when they win. And Bob, 15 to 1 on Bull Feathers today. Second start on turf, though, cutting back. What did she show you from that first turf effort to say, well, this is the right spot?
Well, I sent her out to tighten her up. Then I planned on bringing her back short. And it worked out.
It's all about the long game.
Yeah, right. She's been unsound all her life, and we finally got her sound. So it paid off. Wait, patience.
That's what you.
Patience. Yeah.
That's what you need sometimes, and also a horse you got from Phil Gleaves. You've had a long relationship with Phil, and often saddle for him and everything like that.
My
so
son-in-law.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
I should have.
You should have. He's married to my youngest daughter, Amy.
Well, she's very sweet, and I need to do better with my racetrack family trees here. Yeah. But, Bob, I mean, going back to the 80s, you were a guy who had tons of success, and, I mean, what keeps you going in this game?
Well, it keeps me young. It keeps my brain thinking, I think. I think you got to be active, you know, and I'm blessed to be healthy enough to be active. So, you know, I'm going to keep doing it until something else happens.
Bob, well, I got to tell you, it's always great to see you in the paddock, especially in the winner's circle with your second win of the meet.
Yeah, right. We got lucky.
She was valiant on the front end.
Yeah, yeah. So we had a lot of fun with it.
Well, I hope you enjoy and you collect your winnings.
Okay, thank you.
Big congratulations to Bob Dunham here, Greg, as Bull Feathers does give him his second win of this Belmont Fall meet.
And look, I know this was just a New York bred 40 maiden claiming race. I love the way that she won and fought back. She was passed in the stretch. She was done.
She was really, really game today. That has to be an encouraging effort. And as Bob said, that had been the plan all along. They'd had some soundness issues with her. She'd had some gaps in her races. They had a route race last time out, turned her back in distance to the sprint, and she certainly had that fitness edge today.
All right, so Bull Feathers maiden breaker, and looks like she's going to be remaining on the grass the rest of her career. She's taking the late pick 5 follow-alongs. Our TV almost flies away. You get that one price. Well, you had a couple in there. Mo Maverick, big number 2 at 9-1, but 3 odds-on runners pays over $1,000. Incredible. As for our Belmont Showdown contest, Chuck M. producing $470. Well done. You can play that contest each and every day on our show without risking any of your own money. You're also competing for real prizes, so no excuse not to get involved. You gonna be at the Breeders' Cup?
I will be, yes.
Do you have tickets?
Yes. I do not have tickets. I'll be doing the Players Show again, but I have some friends that are looking for tickets. That's
well, you can let them know that now is the time to get them. Go to breederscup.com/tickets for your Breeders' Cup seats for November 1st and 2nd out in Santa Anita for the championships. They're right around the corner. Again, breederscup.com/tickets. And of course, the big one, the classic. Could we really see Mongolian Groom close out the year with back-to-back Grade 1 wins?
You know, it just might be. He pulled the big upset in the Awesome Again, and Polly and I talked about this earlier. People forget that Enevish Ganbat won a Breeders' Cup race with Mongolian Saturday, who then went on to be a globe-trotting horse, going to Dubai and Hong Kong and racing all over the world. And this horse is going to be supplemented now. They're paying the $200,000 fee to supplement him into the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he'll have his expenses paid thanks to the win, and you're in. But he beat McKinsey, who still might be the favorite in the Classic.
He very well could be the favorite. He's going to have a new pilot, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. But this horse has danced a lot of dances. He's only a 4-year-old, maybe just getting really good now. That's obviously the biggest performance he's ever come up with. But this horse had run against Giftbox McKinsey in the Santa Anita Handicap to kick off the year, or I should say the meet back in April, and he hit the board, ran 3rd in that race. He's had some very good performances, never quite like this.
Right.
Of course, McKinsey now, he will, if he is going to be the favorite, have a new pilot. Mike Smith replaced on McKinsey. It's a shocking development, and Joel Rosario will now get the pickup mount. Mike Smith had ridden McKinsey each and every start of his career.
He had ridden him all 13 starts, and I saw a quote from Bob Baffert after that Awesome Again saying, "I respect Mike and he is my friend, but I'm entitled to change my mind." So there was at first no news on who the pilot would be, and it's now announced it will be Joel Rosario, who went out to spend the winter at Santa Anita last year, and he had a sensational meet at that track.
Look out. A rider with revenge on his mind.
I know.
Guess who needs a mount now? Yoshida.
Yoshida does.
Mike
Musical
Smith
chairs.
is available. A late, just defeated in the Spinster, but she is still looking at tackling the boys in the Classic.
Could potentially be the next spot for her. Now, she has been ultra game. She's proved herself as one of the top mares, being beaten by Midnight Bisou in her last couple of starts. And this time out, it's a bit of a tough race in the Spinster because it was a compact field, and she was beaten by Blue Prize. And she's had a pretty tough campaign as well. But Connections thinking this might be the right distance for her. We'll see. It's a pretty wide open Classic. She's going to have to step up to face some tough males.
You think she fits against that group?
I don't know if she does. I really don't know. I think she's a top mare. I think that she's going to have to run the absolute best race of her life to be.
Well, this division, it's wide open now. I mean, Code of Honor has now, he's done a lot of work now. Like, he came in fresh, obviously, to the Travers off that Dwyer victory, but now with a hard-fought victory against older horses in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. We weren't sure if he was going to move on or not. Now he is, and he was all out to win that race, moved up via disqualification. There's no real standout now after you see McKinsey getting beaten. He's been beaten multiple times now at 1.25 miles.
Yeah, he has, and I have always wondered if this was really the distance that he wanted to do. And the way that he finished up in the Awesome Again last time out, I didn't love that. He didn't really seem to be moving as well as I would have loved when Mike Smith was asking him, swishing his tail. We've talked about that a couple of times. And he's a horse that I've just always had questions about. So if you have a wide open year like this might be the time to try to beat Bob Baffert, though you always do that at your own risk.
I wish Midnight Bisou was taking on the boys.
I do too. I do too.
She's in line for Horse of the Year.
Yep.
That is not apparently part of the game plan, but if she does win out, she could be your Horse of the Year. We'll see, but it looks like she is going to the distaff. Tacitus will not be moving on to the Classic, but he is going to come back next year.
Which will be great. I'll be excited to see him come back next year, or maybe we'll see him in the Pegasus or something like that. But he is not going on to the Breeders' Cup. He has been the most loved unlucky horse, I think, over the last few months or so. He's you start to wonder, can we keep making some excuses for him so he'll get some time on the bench, and we'll see what kind of horse we get next year.
Yeah, acted up a little bit, had a bad start in the Jim Dandy, had that wide trip in the Belmont, but we'll see him next year. Meanwhile, Preservationist retired from racing, your Woodward winner, and didn't have his best showing in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Now he's headed to Airdrie Stud in Midway, Kentucky.
He'll have a $10,000 stud fee, and he has done some nice running for sure for Centennial Farm and Jimmy Jerkins. And Jimmy Jerkins saying that he was one of the kindest, most generous horses that he had trained. A real pleasure to train, and he was fun to watch as well. A bigger horse that they were able to keep on the track to get some nice things on his resume. I saw a great tweet from Junior Alvarado as well, his jockey, just thanking him for all the memories too.
What division are you most looking forward to seeing in Breeders' Cup weekend?
Oof. Well, I think the Classic is always really telling. You get some of the turf races with the European horses coming over. I'm wondering, are we going to see Ann Abel? She finished second in the ARC last time out. I'm wondering if we're going to get to see her back, because her performance last year was a real treat.
We are back tomorrow, 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2, 4 o'clock Eastern on MSG+. It was Happy Farm in today's feature race. Jason Service ran 2 in there. Happy Farm gets the job done. The horse for course does it again at Belmont Park. Now 4 for 6 here at Big Sandy on a 3-win day for Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll see you tomorrow.
Run Happy, you know, he's 16-2. He's a beautiful horse. There's stamina on top and bottom, and he's stamping his horses with that. I think they look big and fast, and like horses that'll go on and run a distance as well as short.
He was a fantastic racehorse, and if he passes on his ability as a racehorse, I think he's a slam dunk to be a great sire. Very athletic looking and beautiful bodied horse as well.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at nyrabets.com.